The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Opening preparation is out the window at Chess 9LX in St. Louis. With randomized back ranks nullifying standard theory, players must rely on their ingenuity and creativity to find success. Luckily, inspiration was abundant with 12 of 15 games ending with decisive results. In such a combative field, 2 wins wasn't enough to claim the top spot. Perfection was required, and Nepomniachtchi delivered, going 3 for 3 to nab the early lead. He's off to an excellent start. Can he keep the streak alive? Day 2 of Can't Miss Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second day of Chess 9LX action. It's been a fantastic start of this tournament, and today we're waiting for more thrills and spills. Let's go to the studio and start this exciting action with Yasser and Anastasiya.
Welcome to the capital of chess in the United States. Welcome back to St. Louis for Fischer Random Chess 9LX. Hello everyone, it's Anastasiya Karlovych, woman GM, and I'm together with one and only Yasser Seirawan.
And a one and only Anastasiya. Anastasiya, wonderful for you to be back. Thank you for joining our show.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with you and Cristian.
Absolutely. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us and sharing your day with our show. Wow, day 1 was amazing. In the 15 games that were played, 12 were decisive. This Fischer Random has something going for it. And Anastasiya, for those who kind of miss what Fischer Random's all about, should we just give a brief explanation?
Exactly, yes. Chess 960 is a variation of chess invented by Bobby Fischer in June 1996. It was originally named Fischer Random, also known like Chess 960. It's named like that because of the 960 possible starting positions.
And there are some restrictions in Bobby's Fischer's variant versus random chess.
Yes, of course, bishops must be placed on opposite color squares.
Makes sense.
So we cannot have 2 bishops, same square. And also king must be placed between the 2 rooks. Why, Yasser?
Yes, so we can castle left and we can castle right.
Exactly. And the players will receive starting positions only 15 minutes before the beginning of the round.
I see. And we spoke about the decisive amount of players, the decisive amount of games. Take us through the current standings, Anastasiya.
And we have a leader of the tournament, N Nepomniachtchi, who scored 100% on the first day. 3 out of 3, great result. And then Fabiano Caruana is on the 2nd place. 2.5 points, not bad at all.
Indeed, and the wunderkind Firouzja at 2. Lots of players at 50%. Peter and Gary suffering, not good. And our format, Anastasiya.
And we have a format, 10 players, rapid round robin tournament. Time control is 20 minutes for the game with 5 seconds per move. In Chess 960, the back rank pieces are randomized. A new starting position is drawn before each round, 15 minutes before. All boards have the same starting position, which is good. And there will be a playoff if there is a tie for the first place.
And our schedule.
It's a 3 days event, and we are already on the day 2. Round 4 begins at 2 p.m. Round 5 starts at 3:15 p.m. And don't miss the round 6, which will start at 4:30 p.m. And everything will be decided on Friday. We'll have 7 to 9 rounds tomorrow on Friday.
Excellent. As we see the players arriving, they're getting wanded. No electronic devices. I was joking with Gary that he would take out like 6 devices, you know,
Many
4
stuff.
phones, a digital watch, and everything else. There we see Firouzja, who has just won everything, over $277,000 in prizes since he's arrived in St. Louis, and more to come. But we're very lucky, very fortunate to have with us in studio Cristian. Cristian, what are you going to tell us about today?
Great to see you guys. What an amazing first day of Chess 9LX chess we had yesterday. It was just incredible. And one thing that stood out was how many decisive games we had. These players are out for blood in this competition, and they're definitely enjoying themselves. And of course, in particular, round 2 stood out from the rest with 5 out of 5 decisive games. And one game in particular was that game between Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces defending for the whole game against Garry Kasparov. And after that, all the way towards the end, Garry could have won that game with a brilliancy. Unfortunately for him, he did not find it and lost that match. And look at him right now. Maybe he's changing teams. We've seen him preparing with Peter Svidler. Unfortunately for them, it did not work out so well for them. Both of them are sitting on 0 out of 3. Right now, he's chatting with the leader of the tournament. And let's take a look at the age of our participants as well. And you can see the discrepancy between Garry Kasparov, 59 years of age, and Alireza Firouzja all the way at the bottom, only 19 years of age. Just an incredible discrepancy between these players. And I have to say, Garry Kasparov and Peter Svidler, it's not the age. In my opinion, right now is just the fact that they have not been as active as the other players, and that's why the result is suffering for them. And let's also take a look at what happened in previous editions of Chess 9LX. We started off in 2019. It was actually a different format. We had a match format, and you can see some of the players that are also in this year's event. Caruana versus Kasparov, that was a big match. Wesley So versus Veselin Topalov, Svidler versus Dominguez, and Nakamura versus Aronian. And I remember Aronian was definitely leading, very, very dominant start for Aronian in that match. He was leading by 5 or 6 points at the midpoint of the match. And unfortunately for him, Nakamura found some incredible resources and managed to come back in that match and actually win it in the end, 14.5 to 11.5. Let's take a look at what happened in 2020. Well, in 2020, we had, due to the pandemic, an online round robin, and we actually did not have any playoffs. It was Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura who were the co-champions. And in 2021, one player that we have in this year's event as well is Lanier Dominguez, and he was actually so dominant in the 2021 round robin edition. It was an incredible event, that one. But guys, we have 2 more days of very exciting Chess 9LX.
Yes, we do, Cristian. And Anastasiya, do us the honors and set the table for our viewers. What can they expect of the round 4 pairings?
Round 4 pairings. We have Wesley So playing versus Shahryar Mamedyarov.
Nice.
Garry Kasparov plays against Alireza Firouzja.
The match of the generations, clash of the generations.
Exactly. And the leader of the tournament, N Nepomniachtchi, plays against Fabiano Caruana.
His closest rival.
Exactly. And then Lanier Dominguez plays against Hikaru Nakamura, and Peter Svidler against Levon Aronian.
And what are they fighting for, Anastasiya?
They are fighting for really good prizes, and the total amount is 150K, as you can see. And the first place will get 37,500, as well as 10th place. Even the last place will have really decent prize, 7,500.
Yeah, for 3 days of hard work, absolutely. As again, we see the players in the playing hall getting ready for this round 4, getting wanded, making sure no electronic devices. That's what it's all about.
There is the defending champion.
Yes, Lanier
Dominguez, sitting at 50% in this tournament so far. 1.5 out of 3. I wouldn't say necessarily shaky games. Actually quite tame, if I remember correctly.
Now, there's going to be a reveal of the position. The players are going to have like 10 minutes or so to plot their strategies from the first move. And as we saw on the day one, the players kind of attracted to one another to work together just to figure out their opening plans.
But it was some of the players, right? We've seen Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru actually analyze on their own. Will they look for a partner perhaps today, or will they not?
Well, it's very interesting, but what I can see that Gary is in a very good mood. I mean,
Yes,
he's smiling,
he is.
he's talking. It's really nice to see him like that. I mean, considering also the result at the first day.
Exactly. Well, we had dinner with him last night, with Gary, the three of us, in fact. And Gary was actually in pretty good move because he felt that he played well. He didn't have the results, that's for sure, but he felt he played well. Now the arbiters have given the players the position that they'll play in round 4. They'll switch the position for rounds 5 and 6. And I think it's time for us to also reveal to our audience what the new position is. Shuffle them up, Anastasiya.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Okay.
Hey.
927.
Wow.
This is position 927. Okay.
927.
So break it down for us, Cristian. What are the problem pieces for the players, and where would you see the most likely development plans?
Well, perhaps we can see it on your board. Never mind, I do have the board updated. So the way I see it is the knight on f1 is going to be struggling to find a place. On e3, I think that's going to be in the way of the bishop, also in the way of the rook. On g3, this most likely will be the natural position for the knight. But nevertheless, if you do put the knight on g3, you can very often expect ways in which black is going to try to attack that knight, maybe even via h5, h4, because of the placement of the rook on h8 already supporting that expansion. So I see the knight as potentially being a problem piece. I really like this queen on a1 and the bishop on c1. I see a potential fianchetto development and creation of a powerful battery on the long diagonal, something along the lines of b3. If I remember correctly, when I was looking and when I was trying to analyze this type of chess 960 positions, and I do think that we had during the World Championship in 2019 one of these type of positions with the queen all the way in the corner, generally it was actually b4. The move, trying to take more space, not b3, not the shy b3, but rather a more aggressive expansion move such as b4, and then follow it up with bishop to b2. So once again, the knight on f1, f8 respectively are, in my opinion, the problem pieces. And you see already a rook on e5. Wow.
I know who is
What are
actually
they
agree with
analyzing?
Christian.
d4, e5?
e5,
Interesting.
de, rook takes e5 is what Gary is analyzing with.
And his
Or with Peter, sorry.
he's
with
using
Peter.
a tame approach with the pawn on b3. I think the pawn should go to b4 actually.
Actually, Hikaru Nakamura, I checked his recap yesterday, and he also mentioned that if queen is in the corner, it's not a bad idea to think about the moves like g4 or b4, even though every time you have to take, let's say, take a look what's going on in the center, you still have to fight for the center, so you cannot really devote only your time for developing your queen.
Right.
So it's important still to keep an eye on the center.
And once
Right.
again, we see this team, they're so deep already, right? This is like
Yeah.
move 6, 7, 8,
They're
10,
doing
right? And you see Peter and Gary, they're shuffling pieces at move 2.
But Wesley and Nepo are doing exactly the setup that I wanted to do. I was thinking in terms of a Joko piano, a quiet game, and I was thinking in terms of e4, e5,
Okay.
c3. So the idea behind c3, of course, is to make the classical pawn center. Let's just make a move for a moment. Knight c6, bishop b3. You can already see the
So-
contours of a Joko piano.
But isn't the
taking shape.
queen going to suffer on a1 with bishop
No,
on b3?
I got this idea in mind. I was going to go d7, d6, d2, d3, bishop e6, knight d2. And what I was going to say is kind of like what those players you have seen, I'm going to make a castles. I'm going to make knight g3. And we get Karpov's favorite setup. The two knights, and the queen will come out, yeah? And then you're going to help me. Thank you, Cristian. You're a very nice person. And this
Sure
is
I
how,
will. Sure I will.
This is how we develop our queen. Maybe b3, b4, and queen a2.
Okay, but this looks too much like chess.
Perfect.
Yes, dream
Perfect. Very
position.
quickly.
Dream position.
This looks too much like chess.
Too much like chess. I saw a
feel-
Joko piano coming out of this.
But I feel there's an instinct with these players to try to avoid chess positions for as long as possible because they're enjoying themselves. They came to the interviews and they were saying they're enjoying this type of weird positions. I think they're going to try to avoid all
But
those
Levon-
Again, we
piano,
see
unless
rook takes e4.
they're very much result-oriented. Maybe Nepo and Wesley are taking that approach in
But you
today's
remember what
rounds.
Levon said about e4 move? That first we play e4 and we're trying to figure out if it works or not. You know?
if we don't get hit with something. By the way, I also liked your approach that you explained yesterday, Anastasiya. You said your first thing is you look at the pawn structure and you
F2.
say, where is the weakness?
Yes.
Well,
F7 and F2.
well, it's actually G2. And
And G2.
two pawns that are only protected once. The square we're not attacking D2.
No.
D2 is covered 3 times, so don't concentrate there. But that's why we've been seeing also the players thinking about the B7, B6, and Bishop B7. And you were saying, Cristian, that you like it
B4.
before, same idea of fianchettoing, just grabbing more space.
Take more space and imagine this type of situation where you go b4 and your opponent goes a5, right?
Right.
Then you have the option of playing b5.
Right.
And that's not only going to take more space, but it's also going to inhibit the knight on b8. You're not going to
Exactly.
be able to go knight to c6, knight to a6. You have to find a different path for that knight. This is another reason why I like this idea with b4. And if you take a look at, or at least if you would have taken a look a couple of minutes ago at Fabiano and Lenier's position, they were actually analyzing this setup with the pawn on b5. At some point, Fabiano had the pawn on b6, and then he was like, okay, what if I have the pawn on b5? Will that change anything?
Right. Here they've got a knight already, so on...
A very similar position to what they were analyzing.
Yeah, so I think they're kind of going in this direction. D4, D5, knight C3, B6, and E4. And they're kind of going in this direction of D5 takes E4, and now we see in E7, E5. I noticed, by the way, on the Lichess site that I'm on, that the Lichess has a database of people who have been playing
Correct.
960 over the course of time. And I was joking with you yesterday
About
when I said,
novelties.
aha, a novelty. And you said, yes, there is a novelty. I was like, what?
There is
I
a
didn't
thing,
even know there was a
There is such a
database.
thing. There is a novelty in this game, apparently. And actually, just to speak about that a little bit, it does seem, or the engines are saying D4 is the best move. E4 has been played the most times, almost 3,000 games
Wow.
with the move E4. Yes,
3,000 games.
E4,
Wow.
E5 is the best according to the engine. Also, according to the database response, B6 is another idea as well. Knight to G6. Very interesting position, I have to say. B4 has been played quite a few times as well, actually. It seems like 357 games have started with this move. And now it does seem like Black is going to try to play against this battery,
Yes,
this
like E5.
incoming battery. So play the move D6, follow it up with E5, try to close this avenue for the queen and the bishop. Nevertheless, that most likely leads to a very, very aggressive setup for both sides, because you can start like this, E5, bishop to B2, D6, and then
thinking
I have
about F4.
ideas of even F4
yes.
at the right moment, right?
But that's
It can get wild.
Yes.
It can
Grab
get
it
wild
everywhere.
very fast.
the motives.
I like, look, I can see Hikaru starting with B4 if he's playing white. Is he playing white? No, he's not playing white. He's actually playing black. So he's going to be playing against Dominguez in today's first round.
Now it seems to me, well, as we were starting our show, we
you
were
see
having
there's
this discussion, but it seems to me the Fischer randoms becoming more and more popular. And Anastasiya, you were saying that Iceland is going to be the host
Of the World
of the
Championship.
World Championship. Tell our viewers a little bit about that, what you know.
I don't know that much, but I know that they will have really great prize fund, and this is the most important thing, right?
How much
Yes.
price?
I think
price
400K, something like that.
400?
Yes.
Not bad.
I know that the Icelandic Chess Federation is involved in charge of this event, and
Okay.
it's actually great news. I mean, I remember the last event was organized in 2019, so it's great that we finally have the World Championship of Random Chess. FIDE recognized this chess and gave the title of World Championship for those events only in 2019, I think, the first time.
Which is why I supported Wesley, because he's the world champion.
Of course, absolutely. But it's already 3 years since
And I
the
think
last World Championship, so we'll see.
He will be playing that tournament, I think.
yeah. There are some participants who are like fixed participants, and
I think it's Magnus,
Yes, Magnus for
Wesley,
sure. Yes.
one of the Icelandic grandmasters.
Yes,
I think,
exactly.
Steingrimsson, if I'm not mistaken.
And there is
But-
also
qualifiers,
qualifiers. Yes. So, and it's still unclear who will be playing. The rest of the field is still unknown. They have some matches, some qualifying.
I believe there was one player that already qualified, if I'm not mistaken,
In August.
Fedorov, but I might be wrong about that.
Yes. So in any case, it's going to be a really nice event, and I think St. Louis Chess Club also contributed a lot with popularizing of Fischer Random 960.
Absolutely, these Chess 9LX matches. Yeah, and there we see our Isolani, Ali Reza Firouzja, but he's actually chit-chatting. This doesn't seem like any preparation. I'm wondering if Hikaru remains isolated. And we got the magic shoes. I mean...
All right, Yasser, I found out what they are. They're
What
actually
are they?
extremely expensive fashion shoes. They're Yeezys. Do you know Kanye West? Yasser?
Yes,
Yes.
These are Kanye West shoes.
Yeezys.
Yes,
Nice.
they look horrendous to me.
Do you want the
They're so
pair?
ugly. It's incredible how ugly
I'm
they
thinking they're kind of
Yes.
like a Swiss cheese slipper combination.
are. My goodness.
I can
Maybe.
imagine they called Easies for a reason. That's very good.
I think we should buy the one.
Yeah.
Yasser, I want you to wear some of these. I will buy them for you.
I'm not sure I'll wear them.
Oh, listen. Did you notice also that the father of Firouzja was sitting there in the
Yes,
playing hall?
I did.
right?
I saw him
So probably it's possible
Sure.
to stay for some time.
just on the outside there. And I want to give you, Cristian, a shout out because you have been working with Fabi on doing a video podcast, and Fabi did a replay, if you will, of the Singfield Cup, and that was released yesterday. Tell our viewers about that and how they can subscribe.
Yeah. So we started discussing the idea of a podcast sometime in May with Fabiano, actually during one of the Grand Chess Tour events in Romania. And he seemed to be enjoying the idea. We started off quite recently, I think at the end of August, and you can find us on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcast. It's called C Squared Podcast, mostly on YouTube and on Twitter and on all social media.
And he did a review of his performance in the Singfield Cup.
His
Overall,
performance,
he was
his,
kind of satisfied. I watched the podcast, by the way. I enjoyed it a lot.
We are
getting his insight.
enjoying the process of doing it. I think Fabiano also welcomes other projects as well, not just playing chess, right? It's useful to have a distraction, right, from just playing chess. So I think he enjoys that aspect of the podcast. And also, it's a lot of fun to be talking. We talked with you, actually, today, later on
Sure.
today, the podcast with you, 2 hours with Yasser Seirawan, and all the stories that come along will be released. So I'm excited about that.
I was afraid that would be
No. That's
destroy
going to be
the
great.
new venture. I was really, I was like, are you sure? I mean, there we go.
No, it's actually nice because Cristian, we know Cristian is a great commentator, but also Fabiano Caruana, I think when he appeared during the World Championship match, we knew that he is a great commentator, but it was really amazing to see him during the World Championship match when he made the commentaries for Chess.com team at that time.
And I think the positive feedback that he got from that tournament emboldened him as well a little bit to take this avenue. So yes, he's really good. He's a natural for sure.
Right. And here we have it, our marquee matchup there as Nepo, starting with 3-0, is taking on his closest rival, Fabiano, with 2.5. And E2, E4 to open up the game.
E4, E5. Looks like real normal chess.
Exactly. And C3.
C3?
Okay, here we go towards our Joko piano. He's trying to build a pawn center, this classical central pawn duo with the move D2, D4 as white, as well as developing his bishop to B3 in order to attack the pawn on F7, which, as we discussed, Anastasiya, is one of the weakest pawns in the position. It's going to be hard to put too much pressure on that pawn, and here we go.
You know what I think about, like maybe after D4, Nepo in his style can try also F4 later, you know?
D4 and F4.
F4, just out of curiosity.
Okay, so this move opens up the diagonal for the queen, which means an immediate D4 would involve pawn sacrifice, likely premature. But I'm expecting something like knight G3 in order to defend the pawn. D3 right away. I was about to say knight to G3 in order to defend the pawn, preparing D4 as well as bishop B3. D2, D3. Now this, as far as I'm concerned, is an open invitation for black to try to seize the center with the move D7, D5. Whether it's good or not, we have to question. But
by the way, I think D4 was still possible because if E D4, C D4, then rook E4, bishop F3.
Whoa.
I'm not sure, but
whoa.
crossed my
Rook E4,
mind.
bishop F3.
I have no idea what's happening after because still
But then I
rook
can
E1
take
is
and then
possible.
take on C1.
Yes.
I think I have a lot of compensation.
I think so
There
too,
will
but just
be.
to notice that it's possible and maybe it's nice to check it.
It's unclear.
Yes.
It's
But
so
bishop
unclear.
A6, yes, is coming. So,
Okay,
yeah.
here it comes. D7, D5. Just B6, D3, D4. Is that D5 on the board? Yeah.
I believe it's D5, yes.
I was afraid it was my analysis board for a moment, but D5 on the board. Yeah, I was thinking, okay, bishop B3, but knight D2.
Knight G6 immediately trying to jump to F4, take advantage of the fact that the bishop on C1 doesn't control that square anymore.
Exactly.
I like the way Fabiano plays. Actually, he tries to fight for initiative from the first moves.
Yes.
It's really impressive, actually.
That's my bad. It was a.
And in
I
fact, this was
clicking.
what Nepo said as well yesterday during his interview. It's all about development. It's all about the initiative. And he showcased that strategy in his incredible victory, 19 moves against Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces. In today's game, it feels like he's taking a very passive stance, at least in the first few moves.
Passive, well, that's...
With
that's
D3, C3,
wrong.
I'm not sure I condone this.
I mean, he's going for this very common Karpov setup with the knights on F3 and G3. Most often from the Ruy Lopez did Karpov get these positions. He's going to castle. He's going to... It's funny, because sometimes the bishop can actually be good just on C1. You get the bishop out of the way to develop the rook. But I'm expecting this bishop will come to B3, possibly to A4 if you can get a tease, you know, this kind of tempo. And the queen will come to B1. So castles, I think F7, F5 is something.
Sometimes, yes,
So I would probably play knight G3 myself, just to defend the pawn on E4 yet again, and control the F5 square. What else is happening? Any B4 takers?
Yes, we have some B4
Cristian.
takers, but this is actually quite surprising, guys, because Wesley So was analyzing with Nepo, and Nepo tried this passive approach, E4, E5, C3, D3, knight BD2,
Positional
and just
approach.
stay like that. Wesley, on the other hand, started off with e4, sure, e5, and immediately after knight to g3, d6, knight to g3 is a very normal move, he decided to go with b4. So much more aggressive and completely different strategy than what we're seeing from his partner in this tournament, Nepo. Nepo started with c3. So b4 opens up the queen, sets up this potential battery on the long diagonal with bishop to b2, and also, as we are going to see in just a second, castle, castle, a4 tries to expand on the queen side as well. a4, a5 probably is going to be met with b5, exactly what we were predicting and anticipating at the beginning of the show. Wesley seems to be thinking that space is extremely, extremely crucial in this variant. So that one is a very interesting game. Also, Kasparov versus Alireza, actually, that one is not as sharp. One that is definitely very sharp is the one between Dominguez and Nakamura. And we were discussing about these potential ideas at the beginning of the show as well. b3 and then set up immediately the battery on the long diagonal. And the way to counteract that is to go e5 and try to set up this, let's say, King's Indian setup with e5, d6, and try to set up your pawns on the dark squares. Bishop to b2, d6. This is what we have right now. c4, knight to g6, d4. And right now, Hikaru is thinking. Very interesting position. f5 is a possibility, but it looks dangerous, right? To move the pawn in front of your king like that. Fortunately for black, there's no light square piece coming on this diagonal anytime soon because you already have the pawn on b3. You committed your pawn to b3, so if you do want to get the bishop to b3, you have to lose another tempo with the move b4. So f5, if you gather all those details, understand all those details, could become a natural opportunity in this position.
Thank you, Cristian. Two games that really stand out for me. The first, once again, is the game of Garry Kasparov. Rather than, in my mind, this is actually an incredibly dangerous position for Firouzja. Dangerous, like how? I mean, it looks so tepid, but in actuality, look just a little bit deeper. I go knight f3. I go b4. And I go bishop to b3. This knight on c6 is actually pretty woeful. It doesn't control the d5 square. This pawn on c3, this pawn on c3 is for the moment controlling both of these knights. Once this knight gets to f3, this knight is very unlikely to go to f4. I've got like knight takes e5 and bishop takes f4 ideas. So if I can play just 1, 2, and 3 moves, I'm going to be doing really, really well with the white side. So I see this as very dangerous. And going back to the game of our two leaders, there was this huge moment right here. I thought, okay, this is kind of boring. Nothing terribly is happening. And castles, and the moment castles came, Jan said, let's go, h4. And
if you try to go behind the surface a little bit, you can see the strategy of leaving the knight on f1. As I was saying that he did play the move knight to g3, but first, initially, he left the knight on f1 and then played this move h4. Now, what possibilities does that take from black? Well, bishop to g4 potentially is going to be met by knight jumping to e3 with the knight on e1. So I really like what Nepo is doing right now. Also, he waited for black to castle. Right?
Yes, maybe he wants to do long castling in the future.
That's an option. Leave the rook on h1, use that for the attack, and do long castle later on.
Knight e3.
I thought about the same too, like maybe
h6. Now, normally speaking, when you're playing moves like h6 and you want to follow it up with h5, right? But we're chasing the knight to f4, and what's happening? With these types of tactics, knight takes, I assume...
But what if I take... No, I think
maybe
I can take, right?
95,
93, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
95, ooh, there's a fork.
That might be a problem.
There's a fork. Sorry.
Okay, you can play bishop d2 and save the piece.
I lose an exchange, but I'm not a happy camper. That wasn't my intention. I needed my bishop on b3 first.
By the way, a really cool move that Nepo just did. Bishop to a4. I really like that move.
We were talking about bishop b3 as well as this tickle, bishop a4, to remind black where the rook is placed on e8.
This ices the bishop on c8 right now for the
Right.
moment. You have to go a6, b5, lose a couple of tempes, or maybe c6, but that's going to close the queen. I really like this move, bishop to
nice.
a4. Very, very crafty move by Nepo.
I love it because it really does. We're going to make a bad move for black because it really does
And now,
set up now.
for sure.
It's like boom, but boom, boom, boom. Everything is pretty, and we could even maybe preface it with bishop takes d7. So I mean, it seems like after this move, bishop a4, Fabi's been outplayed just a wee bit. I like White's position. It feels like. And for Nepo, holy smokes, 3-0?
Yeah, I mean, he's in a good mood for sure. He feels really happy with his result.
Right.
And
We were laughing yesterday because Nepo oftentimes comes in and the interviews and he just beats himself. I played idiot. I had 5 buys. I'm not playing good. I blunder. And he wants to get out of the interview box as soon as he arrives. Yesterday,
Yes.
he was Mr. Eloquent. We couldn't get rid of him. We had like 7 rapid games going, and he's like, one other thing I'd like to check. That was pretty funny, Christian. What did you do? You got him all excited.
Yes, I guess he was just excited because he won 3 games in a row. That might
That
explain
could do it. That could do it.
I don't think it was necessarily my presence that
You know, once
excited
I-
him too much.
once I was trying to catch him, he ran away from me. I was afraid he will kill himself. You know, the
Running.
cars were coming, and he didn't care. He just wanted to run away to his hotel.
No comments, please. A7, A6 by Nepo and, by Fabi. And does this lay the groundwork for the advance H5?
Knight H8. That's why no king on H8 yet. Now knight H8 maybe.
no.
So there's some very interesting tactics in that line. H5, knight F4, if you do take on E5,
Yes.
I do have knight H G2, and that might actually be quite
Well,
problematic.
you know, it's funny because that was the kind of move I was expecting in the previous thing, a previous line. When I had overlooked the fork on d3. Here you're still going to have to end up taking with the rook.
With the rook, yes.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I've got this,
Bishop F4.
Bishop
Yes,
F4, this kind of easier development. He did, however, Nepo, did go for the development. He wants his queen in the game. A7, A6. And if the white queen were on d1, Anastasiya,
Yes.
white would win brilliantly by bishop takes d7, followed by queen takes d7.
Yes, but queen is on A1.
Which is why he played bishop e3 in order to bring his queen into civilization.
So
B5?
who do you guys think is better in this position?
I like
But I like the question. When such kind
Nepo.
of questions are
are
asked.
asked. Usually it's
There's
a bad
usually a
sign.
catch, right?
Yeah.
Well, the things is, bishop to a4, and we were saying that we really like the move, that white is doing great, that black
Right.
needs to lose a lot of tempes to kick that bishop away from a4 and untangle his pieces. Actually, black is better in this position.
hard to
After
imagine.
a6, b5, lose those tempos, no problem.
Wow.
You're still having a better position. And this just goes to show how difficult it is to understand these weird chess
estimate.
960 situations, right? And assess them, because this is key to the strength of these players. Assessment. They can assess positions on a dime so quickly, and that's what makes them great. In this chess 960, with these crazy positions, I don't know if they can do that. They lose one of their superpowers.
Wow, I'm still kind of surprised that black is doing as well as you suggested. We do have some moves. After b5, bishop b3, knight f6, very logical move. Queen c1. Okay, so this is I don't know
yes.
or think this is, but there's a potential sacrifice in the position. Knight g4 both defends the pawn on h6 while also intimating he will capture. h5 chases the knight back, knight to e7. And is it time to play the move?
And by the
Bishop
way,
C5.
the assessment changes with every single
Right.
So don't trust the engines too much in this type of situations for sure.
Probably
Okay.
engines also lose their strength at this
Right,
moment.
no.
You know, they're so confused, no theory, nothing.
Rely on the engines in this type of positions.
Okay, whoa. Rook h4. That doesn't even threaten to take the knight. Rook h4. I was wondering if I'm supposed to save my bishop with the move bishop c5, but I don't know. What is that move, Anastasiya?
I try to understand also that knight can jump now and bishop from d8 will start playing. Yes, so
Exactly, but
it's
where
like,
was the
is
knight
it a
gonna
losing
jump?
of time? Like after knight e3, for example, yes, and
Right?
if you take
Say the queen.
with a queen, then, for example, you cannot, of course, play moves like knight d5 because the rook is protected, or knight f5, it's not good. But maybe just knight c6. Let's imagine this
Yeah.
move.
But
There is
the
not
knight
even
is-
rook g4 because the bishop is on c6.
Right? Yeah. Oh, no, I just don't like where this rook is going to have to go. The rook is going to have to come back.
And just to
That's
show you a
confusing.
very funny variation and to pinpoint how weird the tactics are in this chess 960, if you do go bishop to c5, which you initially wanted,
Yes.
Yes?
instead of rook to h4,
Yes.
now I go queen to c6. How do you follow that up with?
I want
Bishop
yeah,
to
I-
a3, right?
yeah, exactly. I
Go
wanted
bishop
to
a3.
make
And now you're almost lost. After queen to b6,
queen to b6.
which attacks the pawn on f2,
Two, yes.
you're going to defend it somehow. Probably you're going
With
to
a
castle.
queen, like
And now I'm going to go c5. And now both of your bishops are starting to get attacked.
Right.
b4 is coming. It's very difficult to get out of that because a5 is going to support the idea of b4 as well. Such
Amazing.
weird tactics.
Unbelievable. It's really hard to imagine.
Crazy.
Huh?
Crazy. We do have the strange move, rook h4. We'll keep an eye on this. How is the clash of the generations going, Christian?
That one is quite a tame affair, I have to say.
Still?
Very similar structure as well. What I'm worried for black, for Firouzja, that is, the queen is still on a8. And
Right.
there is no opening for the queen yet. So most likely b5 is an option. Of course, bishop to e6, and then getting the queen via c8 out like that. But you're still lagging in development as black. This is why I'm a little bit worried. Nevertheless, having the structure solidified like that in the center, there's not a lot of imbalances in the position. So speed is not as essential in this type of structures. This is what I'm seeing. It's more or less a complex endgame.
What
12
about
minutes
time?
for both
Okay.
players. So Gary is not falling behind on the clock either. So this is encouraging for him. This one is pretty crazy. The one between Dominguez and Hikaru. And take a look at what happened in this one.
Whoa.
After d4, he played the move e4, followed it up with knight to e5, blocking this diagonal and stopping the attack on the pawn on g7. Knight to g3, f5, castle, h5. He's burning a lot of bridges on the king side.
Right.
Potentially will go on the queen side with his king, but you have to vacate so many pieces and so many squares before you can do that. You're going to
Right.
get checkmated before you can do that. And f4, knight to g4, e3, h4, knight to h1, knight to f6. This is the current position that we have right now on the board. What I'm seeing is a big discrepancy in development. No pieces developed on this side for black. Still, I have the knight to get out, this knight to come back to f2, but everything else is more or less developed. So I definitely prefer white in this one.
Did I spot a pussycat there? Was there a pawn hanging on g7?
At what point?
Well, right when I booted the knight.
So instead of e3, right?
Yeah.
Instead of e3
Yum
taking on
yums.
g7. Yes, that was a move. What I assume was his worry is that after rook to h7, you have to come back.
Right.
Probably you have to come back to d4 so that knight e3 is not coming in the position. For example, if you go bishop to c3 or bishop to b2, knight to e3, and you actually might have some problems in the position. So you have to go bishop to d4, and then I can follow it up with c5. So it does seem like black gets some speed. Not only that, but after you take on c6 and I take back, the bishop is under attack. Also, my bishop on d8 is becoming active. This is a huge threat right now. Knight takes d4. So for example, if you go knight d2,
No.
I take, whoops, your queen is lost, right?
No,
Suddenly your queen is lost because of the fact that your pawn is already on f2 and this diagonal opens up. So probably looking at these variations, understanding the fact that he's playing Hikaru Nakamura, who is such a dynamic player, he said, no, I'm not taking that pawn. That's a poison.
Nobody believes you, as Ben Larson would say. Put that c5 back on the board.
Hey,
Christian.
you're saying that because they're not your pieces. Yes.
I want to take on c6.
Pieces. Okay.
I want to take on c6,
Yes.
and I want to play e3.
Sure. Yes. Of
And
course.
I want to take your knight on
Yes,
g4.
Yes. The engines are saying that white is better in the position.
Thank
but
you. Well, you
from
see.
a practical perspective,
You don't
guys,
trust him.
it's all about the practical perspective, and he just didn't feel comfortable in this
No, it's
position.
not. It's all
pawn.
about the pawn.
It's a
Thank
pawn,
you,
yes,
Anastasia.
yes.
Welcome to the
Take the
show.
pawn.
Welcome to the show. I mean, you're going to get more invitations, I
A
promise
membership.
you.
we need to give Anastasia a membership.
Christian's
Pawn
on
is a
shaky
pawn.
ground, right? What about the Nepo game? Let's jump back to our two tournament leaders. Whoa. Chaos on the board. We've got an exchange sacrifice.
Yes, what to do? You cannot really admit that you have to move this rook, right?
Exactly.
So you normally give it. It's a
Bravo.
new trend, actually, in chess, especially in 9 LX.
Yeah, 9
You
LX.
give up your exchanges here, there. Almost every round we have an exchange sacrifice. Great.
Yes, we have in America Grandmaster Alexander Ivanov. Once he is a knight on g5 and his opponent has played h6, and Alexander captured the pawn on f7, a big blunder. Why did he do it, he was asked. A Russian never retreats. Was the explanation. Rook went to h4 with purpose. He won back his exchange. Look at this. Bishop takes. Now, I'm feeling
I don't see
that
anything. Everything's
I
hanging.
don't want to see a bishop takes g7, a knight f5 check, and an f3 land. I don't want to have anything to do. So, you do want, to sacrifice the bishop with bishop takes e4, but I think, whoa, there's bishop takes g2. Oh, Christian, my spidey sense is tingling, but this opportunity.
They're tingling for who?
Yeah, exactly. It's
this
opportunity, but for who?
Exactly, and there's another move, hidden gem in the position, that is queen to a7.
7, yes. Again, the same idea
Wow.
with.
It's all about keeping
Threats.
that bishop from returning home. The bishop on f8.
Right.
Vice bishop on f8. The best avenue to return home and actually
great
take
idea.
a passive and defensive approach is to get it back via c5. If you do go all the way to a3, then we've seen in the variation that I previously showed, that bishop on a3 might become the mark of an attack via a5, b4. So it's not a great position for the bishop. I really like this move, queen to a7. Let's wait and see whether Fabiano will find this one. But once again, guys, look at the difference on their clocks. Fabiano, 6 minutes and 20 seconds. His opponent, Nepo, is playing so fast, making decisions so quickly, 14 minutes and 27 seconds.
Besides the move queen a7, what happens in this whole series of captures? Because there are captures galore, right? We could capture this guy, we can capture this guy, we can even go and just capture a2.
So where do you want to capture first?
I don't know.
Okay, let's
You cannot
try
capture
all
on
of them
e4.
first.
Let's take that out of the
Okay,
equation.
let's start with the obvious.
You cannot do that because I take with the rook.
And that's game over.
There's a knight on g4 still hanging.
That's a game over.
Not
Okay.
possible.
Take on a2.
So you can take on a2. I believe king takes f8 was played. King takes f8.
On the board.
Take on d5. This is what we currently have. Now, queen to d8. That's a good move. That's a nice spot by Fabiano.
Look at this, queen to d8.
Queen to
Looking
d8.
at
With a
knight on
very
h4.
nice, yeah.
It's all about these weird tactics. I mean, is he just maybe going to be a pawn up in this position? Because I don't
Well-
think you can take on c6, right?
I can toss a knight g6 check.
Ooh, okay.
Just
But
to
then
make,
I take.
just to make the confusion complete.
And now, I guess queen to h4 is actually not going to help me that much,
Yes,
right?
because
I
it's
only
not
have
a
a
threat.
check.
It's rather empty.
It's just a check.
But it might be really good. You never know. I mean, if you could get in king g8 and rook f8, it could be.
I also feel that if I allow you to take on g6, that pawn is going to be so powerful. So I take, you take on c6, and maybe I take on h5.
Just simple chess.
Simple chess, yes. Because right now, actually, it does feel like a chess position, right?
But then maybe I don't know.
There's definitely avenues for your pieces to get in. It's a complicated battle.
Sure.
It's a really
But I
complicated
like this
battle.
knight g6. Yes, it's nice.
I like
Try
the
here.
queen d8. I like the double hit, but I think I like queen a7 best when he had that opportunity. There was a moment there in the Gary Kasparov game is blowed up. Another exchange sacrifice on board here. And did Gary make a good decision? Let's take a look. We left it around these parts, and let's see where it all went. Well, bishop b3. My first
Calm
impression is
King h8.
this is very good for Gary.
Really?
My very first impression is very good.
How come?
Because I've got these ideas of knight takes c7 as well as knight here.
But it's difficult to move the knight right now, right?
Pardon me? Sorry?
It's difficult to move the knight because that would allow
Rook
the
one.
exchange of the last pair of rooks for white. And I think that's going to improve my chances as black to defend and ask you, where's the compensation? You're still an exchange down.
For a pawn.
For a pawn, yes.
For a pawn.
And I mean, very important as pawns. Okay, let's just take a quick look. If I go knight takes...
Wait, what?
Oop, excuse me.
Rook
My
takes.
rook is defending, though.
Rook
I see what you're
takes.
trying to do.
Yes, queen takes and queen is7.
That's number one.
You're a
But-
sneaky man.
Well,
You're a sneaky
it was actually called dangerous pawns.
That's not the nice way of putting it. Wait, guys. But you
I
go
have
knight
that.
takes g7, I go rook to f8,
Wow.
right?
King h8, calm move, and knight is defending the rook.
You go king f8. Shall we explain to Christian why king f8?
No, I go rook f8. I don't rook f8. After knight takes g7, I don't take on g7.
You change your mind.
But I
I
think
go
king
rook f8
takes
here, yes.
as a refutation. Rook f8 is probably very good.
So let's take on f2. Let's see how that plays out.
King.
And now I go
B6.
b6
B6.
or b5, sure.
Oh, yeah.
How do you defend?
b5
You do
gaining
have
space.
queen to g5, but after queen g5, I think I have ideas of rook to g8. Simple as that.
Yes. Very cool. Okay.
Very sharp position, right?
Very suddenly sharp. And what are the times?
Oh, the times, I think. How is Gary doing?
6 minutes 35 seconds, and thinking right now he needs to
Yes.
prove his compensation.
But
And
actually-
Gary, did you
yes.
see that?
Yes.
Like with the
Yes.
hands, just
Yes.
kind of like,
Yes. Oh.
where did my time
I think he's not happy
go?
with his position.
Could I also ask another salient question? I'm a pawn grabber. Knight takes c7. I'm forking the queen and rook. You have to take. Your queen is hanging. I don't know where you want to put it. You f8. You tell me later. And then I've got two pawns. A little bit of a damaged king. No, I can't
Is it
say
not
that I'm better.
compensation?
It's compensation,
Yes.
good compensation, but I can't say that I'm pleased enough to call it an advantage. Gary's looking for more, but is it there? Is it there, Christian, or not?
According to the engines, and once again, it's all about the practicality in this type of situations. It's not about the objective evaluation with only 6 minutes on the clock in such an imbalanced position. According to the engines, rook to e3 and rook to e4 keep the balance in the position, but it's so difficult to make a passive move like rook to e3.
Why it's passive?
Why?
You want to move it to g3 maybe sometimes?
Well, you want it. You're threatening
I
knight
think
takes
what you're
And
trying
c7.
to do is
c7
knight
is a
takes
threat.
c7, right?
You're just getting out of the check.
Yes.
Correct, because I don't think rook to g3 is coming anytime soon, because
Right.
rook takes e6 would come on the board. So I can just simply defend that pawn, and then you have to go knight to g5, trade on e3, and then play that position as it is. It's not that easy from a human's perspective to make these type of decisions. This is why I'm worried. I think he's looking for something immediate, as you guys were, and this is exactly what we see. Knight takes e7 on the board.
Knight takes c7. After, I want to say a long thing, Anastasiya, that was how many minutes?
4 minutes.
4 minutes. That's a lot of time in these 20-minute games. Let's jump back to Nepo and Fabi. Sorry to just focus on these two games, but they're bringing the action. No knight g6 check business, by the way. We left it around these parts. We were expecting a knight g6 to get tossed in. It did not happen. Queen takes h4. Queen, and the queen landed on f5. And the pawn structure, a little bit funny, these doubled pawns, this nice, we could have something like queen f4.
Now it looks like a really normal chess.
Yes, we do have
It's absolutely normal.
we do have a queen f4, and very quickly, rook on seizing the open file and saying, look, there's this doubled pawn, there's this double pawn, but I have an active, if you trade queens, this is what I want as white, that I can drop a rook on to d7. Still, looks fairly balanced. What do the engines have to tell us about this position?
The engines are saying that black is winning.
Black is
Winning.
winning.
Black is winning.
Didn't
Rook to
anticipate,
d1, queen to c4, and just pick up the pawn on c6.
which is
Or the pawn on a2, depending on whether you defend it with queen to f3, and you allow me to take on a2, or you try to defend a2 and you allow me to take c6.
from your lips to Fabi's
He has played
ears.
it. It's on the board, and it just seems like you don't have enough compensation to actually create any sort of motion with your pieces around my king.
Wow.
So if you cannot do that, then my position as black, I'm going to pick up one pawn, and I'm going to return with a queen to e6, close to home, and I'm just going to be a pawn up.
Yes, and pawn up
That
is always
look-
good.
Yeah, always
We
good.
know.
Because
I
of the
like
fact that
this.
you
You're
guys
right.
said this is a chess position right now. So a pawn up in chess position, well, that's a
If you are
decisive
Fabi
advantage.
also.
Yeah. So for some reason, I had been focused on queen f5, but queen c4 is so much better. It's so obvious, too. I mean, you're just, this pawn on c6 could be a dangerous.
And it feels
pawn.
like the body language also changed right now a little bit. You saw
After that
Fabiano
move.
relax a little bit, take a sip of his water, understand the fact that right now he's just better.
Yeah,
And Nepo doesn't like it.
No,
Nepo
doesn't like it.
does not like
No.
it. He kind of moved his rook back to e1 with a kind of a grimace there, as if to say, well, that didn't work out very well. You mentioned a2.
I can take that. Why not? Yeah.
That's a good one, because the problem with queen takes a2 is rook takes e5. I might get landed on the back rank, right? There's knight g4 ideas, so I have to play knight f1.
But then if you play knight f1, then that knight is very passive, right?
And there's e5, e4 saying, look, I don't want to trade off the pawn on e5 for the pawn on c6, so
I
I'm
just
going
want
to keep
to
it.
take it, yes. I just want to eat the pawn.
I like it. As Anastasia, this is looking very good for Fabi. Let's just check in on Wesley and Shaq for a moment. Haven't seen, this is more what I was trying to
Yes.
get, this, I want to say Joko piano-like positions. Interesting
nice.
that we have h5, h4.
But
We
one
see the
player-
natural active player. Christian, please
One
jump
player
in.
that's taking over actually is Hikaru.
Hikaru.
has a very good position right now.
Against our defending champion. Yes, he does.
That rook on d4 is tied to the defense of the d5 pawn, and it's going to be so difficult to liberate that rook. In the meantime, I'm just going to double up on the c file, take control of the c file, the only open square in the position, and then just simply be much better.
Is black permitted to castle? Has he moved?
No.
already
Black can
no.
still castle.
I
I don't know
can
if you
still-
want to castle though, right? Maybe you just want to go king f7.
Are you sure the rook?
The
has
rook
moved?
would maybe land.
Perhaps after rook to c8, but in the future, maybe I can go king f7.
So either king f7 or rook f8.
I think he wants
I
to
think he's
castle.
reaching for the rook to come to f8. He just wants to connect his rooks. So as you say, Christian, he can challenge the c file.
But by the way, what do you touch first?
There
do
was
you
a
touch the
discussion.
king or
I remember.
the rook right now?
Yes.
I think you should touch your king first, because castles is considered a move with the king.
So you just tap it for its crown and then take the rook and move it?
I remember in Oslo there was some issue
Yes.
with
No, there was
Nepo.
once actually situation Nepo played, I think with Hikaru.
And he
yes,
touched the rook and then made a castle.
yes.
And Hikaru
was a
said, wait a
discussion,
minute.
yes.
Right. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this one. Again, Gary Kasparov, Firouzja, exchange for 2 pawns.
That's actually a good question. How to do castle? You know, we know already how to move the knight, but how to do the castle? We're still in the process of learning.
Yes. Knight takes f6. That was a surprise for me. right here, I was expecting queen d4. When you trade, you usually want to trade on your terms. So in this case, the bishop looks pretty good. You can anchor the bishop. But Gary, just took on f6 right away. And rook takes f6 on the board. Again, bishop and 2 pawns. Usually it's sufficient compensation, not too exciting. Let's go to Peter Svidler and Levon.
You think he's going to be able to survive this? Gary, that is?
Gary.
We'll see. Clocks will be a factor. Just jumping to a game we haven't looked at, Anastasiya. Peter Svidler, who, coming into today's action, really needs to get on the scoreboard, as does Gary. Bishop on d4, pardon me, the bishop on d6 looks good, but this pawn should go to b5. I don't know how to get it there.
But some threats like rook d6 are here now from black
Rook
side.
d6?
Yes.
What
Do
are
we
you
need
getting?
to defend or not?
Well, how much are you, what kind of piece amount? You're going to end up with 2 rook. No,
Yes, it's like
a rook and a piece.
Not really a
only.
big threat, yes, at the moment. So
Knight makes sense. As the queen is a terrible blockader. The knight is a great blockader. So on a good day, black would love to move his queen, drop his knight on c6, and then say, aha, I've released my queen. Christian, your take on the position between Peter and Levon? Levon's actually having a nice tournament for the aged players.
Absolutely, no. I like what Levon is doing right now. I mean, I don't see a way in which you can make use of that pawn on c5. So if it's not a strength in the position, then it could easily turn into a liability, right?
Okay.
Because I'm going to go knight to f5, or perhaps the idea that you were mentioning. I am tempted to just like try to kick that bishop away, one of its main defenders, and then focus on picking up the pawn on c5.
Ooh, that was an interesting effect that we just had. By the way, I just saw the move rook e1. It was kind of played with a little slap on the clock, which means that the time is beginning to irritate Peter a bit.
4
but it
against
looks
4. Yes.
4 to 4.
They're actually head-to-head right now on the clock. 4 minutes and 16 seconds for Peter, 4 minutes and 10 seconds for Levon. But I do like this idea of knight f5. How do you ultimately defend that pawn on c5?
Good. Well, what you said, the bishop could turn into a liability. Pawn on c5 also. Turning back to our marquee matchup of our 2 tournament leaders, when we left it, Nepo took back his move. He went rook d1, and then rook back to e1. We saw the move.
It's good to admit sometimes
yes.
maybe that.
I think this is the hardest thing in chess,
Yes.
is to recognize you've made an error. He followed it up with f2, f3.
e3.
And the pawn kept marching up the board.
And what,
e3.
b2? No, queen d5.
Queen trade, yes. g2, g3. And we have very peculiar position on the board.
Yeah,
Rook e6. It feels like if we just make a trade of the c6 pawn for the e3 pawn, that's just going to be a draw. The king will happily come closer to the e3 pawn and pick it up.
And unfortunately for all the Gary fans, I think the position is just simply going down right now.
Uh-oh.
He's losing a pawn
No.
by force.
He allowed the... Wow. Again, I thought this bishop should be on the d5 square, you know, doing dual duty, you know, covering the king, covering the queen side. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here we see the strength of a rook
Queen to
over
d4.
the bishop.
Now
yes,
just
and
simply
now-
queen
To
takes b2.
d4? But that's a peshki, right?
That's a peshki. That's a very healthy peshki, actually.
Yes, on
It
b2.
weakens all the other pawns as well on the queen side.
Exactly.
for white.
Maybe he was hoping to play bishop f7 or bishop
Gary
f4.
is not looking happy. He's holding his head in his hand like, what am I doing?
Also,
Okay,
rook to
rook
f8
f8.
first. Okay, so he's focused on the f2 pawn.
Okay, no choice here. King g2 is a kind of a forced move,
And I guess now it's time to pick up that pawn on b2.
Yeah, it's gonna be sad.
because
Yes,
and there
that's
goes
what
the
he
pawn.
did.
The moment the bishop goes Christian
Oh,
mentioned.
that's a
yeah.
resignation.
He just
Yeah.
resigned, yes.
Christian
immediate
mentioned
resignation, wow.
that it weakens all the queen side, and he just
He doesn't want to defend that.
blundered the position away.
He's not interested in defending that.
Yeah, so it's a hard blow for Gary, who got really good position out of the opening and played really interesting game until a certain point. So
Yeah.
it's a pity again.
Exactly. Turning our attention to Lanier versus Hikaru, I think that Lanier has done a good job, at least, of bringing his knight back to c3. But the moment you start really digging into the position a bit, you start to realize more and more that this pawn is basically a liability and is going to be incredibly hard to maintain the pawn. b5, b4, kicking away the knight and allowing for knight takes d5. And here it comes.
And also-
Hikaru's in pole position.
The time
Christian.
situation is looking very dire for white right now for Lanier. If you do try to go rook to b4, I think after rook to c8, you might be in deep, deep trouble. Rook to d4, so he decides to play it like that.
Okay. The good news for Lanier's fans is that b4 actually does allow knight a2 and not so easy.
So perhaps let's try to go rook to c8. Can we look at that position?
Sure. Rook to c8.
What do you do now? Do you take my pawn?
First of all, let's
I'm
check if you take the pawn. I mean, let's
I'm
understand.
afraid.
Yes,
So if you
knight
take the pawn,
g4.
I'm going to start with rook c1.
Rook c1. and
Rook
knight-
c1.
Yes.
Okay. Rook to c1 check.
I just
Okay.
want to win this one by force, if I have the
Can.
option of doing
Yes.
that. Rook to c2 or bishop takes b5.
Yes.
Even bishop takes b5 is very tempting.
Absolutely.
Followed
I
by
agree.
knight to g4, followed by rook to c2,
Yeah.
or rook to
doesn't look
c3
great.
perhaps. Actually, yes. King to e2, rook to c3. It's starting to look very, very dangerous, very shaky.
It's really good
I
for
think
black.
it was dangerous a long time ago. Now this is kind of looking lost, actually. Nice analysis there.
And he played rook
Christian.
c8, actually.
And rook c8, he's
He took
knight takes b5, and
yes.
now's the moment of truth. I love the rook c1 check, but it wouldn't surprise me if rook c2 isn't a similar kind of a winner,
I like that move that you made as well. Yes, rook to c2.
because then I can kind of follow what you just did a moment ago. Takes, and knight to g4. e3 is hanging, but so is the back rank.
But Yasser, let's try to actually calculate it all the way
Rook c1.
until the end, because I have a feeling you can win some. Okay, he's going for the line that I propose, and I think rook g1 is going to come. Yes.
Rook g1.
Well, that's
H4
h4 pawn.
Yeah.
That's going to be a lady soon.
It sure is. Oh dear. Oh dear. Let me just refresh my board for a second. As Hikaru's move,
Is even stronger.
it looks
right?
decisive.
Right?
It
Yes.
really does. And by the way, should he win this, Anastasiya?
It's going to be the second victory for him.
I
right?
mean, he did not have a good day one, not
No.
by his standards, and his standards are incredibly high, of course.
Even though he was really happy to defeat Garry Kasparov.
Absolutely.
Rook to a4.
Rook to
Lanier is
A4.
looking for some counter chances. But
Yeah.
is it too little, too late at this
For
point?
sure, I was thinking that he's going to kind of go check and maybe making some
Bishop b8.
quarrels with his bishop.
So do you take on h2 right now, or do you take on e3?
I love that past H pawn.
Knight takes h2, knight f3, h3, and keep
Yeah,
going, right?
it's sort of like, I mean, that's
The only
a
thing he needs to make
coronation.
sure is that he's not going to fall under some sort of perpetual check somehow, which I don't see it coming anytime soon.
Well, first of all, yeah, king f6 is kind of safe, but even if I crawl along the back rank towards the king, king to d8, although in that case I'm giving up the d6 pawn. Okay, well, Lanier...
But I think I'm just so much faster. So let's go knight takes h2, right?
Knight takes h2.
Knight.
Yes.
Okay, so then rook a7.
And
And let's go king d8. I think I can play actually any king move
King
and
f6,
still be
bishop
winning.
b8. Still have to check.
Yes, bishop e8, and then you have one check. I don't see the follow-up. Even after, even in
yes.
that situation, I don't see the
Like
follow-up.
even
So you go bishop to e8. Now I go, let's say, knight to f3. Then h3.
So at the moment, you have a discovered check,
Check, it's not
but
working.
everything is protected.
Yes.
Exactly. And if you
Nice.
go rook f8, for example,
Yes.
I'm not going to allow you to get behind my pawn. No, that's that.
Yes, that was the only
That
idea.
would be the end of the
This is
story.
Christian, this is where you're supposed to say, and black can never lose.
I can get 7. Yes.
Don't remind me
Yes.
of that. Yasser.
That was the commentator's curse on steroids. That was amazing. You called it perfectly. King f8 on the board. He's just, I mean, this h pawn is, and 5 seconds.
2 seconds, he
dear.
has to make a
Oops.
move. 1 second.
With 1 second?
He
King
did, yes.
f7.
Oops, 1 second.
7 seconds right now,
Have
but the
that
king goes to
too.
g6. No, to g8. No more checks. Well, you can go rook a8, but king h7 is going to
Come
finish
on,
things
make
off.
a move. 3 seconds, 2 seconds.
He's trying to put the bishop on g6. Do not allow him to do that.
Don't, yeah, king h7 is an automatic, and that's exactly what Hikaru did. But now it's too little too late. You win the pawn on d6. He wants to play bishop g6. But here,
You
I
can
would-
also go rook b2 and then knight f6.
I start with knight f6, actually. I love that move. Just making sure all the counterplay against my king is stopped.
Yes, knight f6.
And that's
That
what
is-
he chooses.
Wow.
Wow, that's such a powerful move. There's no stopping the h-pawn, guys. As soon as that rook moves, as you say, Christian, to b2, it's
Absolutely.
the
Rook b2
h-pawn
is
express.
h3 first or rook to b2. Whenever you go bishop to e6 to attack my f5 pawn, I go king g6 and your counterplay is over.
And Lanier is prepping
Probably
rook moves,
rook b2
king
maybe or
g1,
something.
but that's not
Yes, like
going
rook
to be.
b2 and h2.
That is not going to help because knight to g4 is going to defend the pawn on h2 and then rook
That
to
is
b1 is
checkmate.
coming.
Yeah. By the way,
Yeah.
Hikaru played this wonderfully well. Shakhriyar has defeated Wesley. Oh my goodness!
Wait, what?
I got a 0-1 on my score. I've got a 0-1. Did I?
Yes.
Yes. I think he did defeat Wesley. Not with the last move that's on the board right now, knight to d5, but he did defeat Wesley. They're analyzing, so the DGT boards are picking up the moves.
We think that Wesley lost on time. He just forgot.
He did flag, yes.
Oh my goodness!
But the
That is
position was hopeless.
stunning.
What
Peter
about-
Svidler versus Levon. By the way, Peter Svidler looks like he's actually. Boy, is Levon's king in some checkmating box?
Really?
I mean, look
It's
at
close.
that.
It's
It's
close.
very,
Uh-oh.
very close.
g4, yes. And
Rook check. Yeah, you see, he has knight on f3, right?
Knight f3, king back to g6, trying to hide to h7.
Knight. Okay, I don't have the exact. We'll keep our bird's eye view here, but somehow, I think there's a white king on e6.
Yes, there is a
I
king on
don't know
e6.
how we got there. I'm just going to put it there. And
yes. And
king,
g6, yes.
and
King to
because
G6 back.
f5 and g4 was a threat of mate,
And he didn't want to allow the king to go to f7.
So now what, rook h8? Not really, yes. But there is a check on this 6. Yes.
knight
Knight to
check.
e5.
Yes.
Perhaps he's trying to go to
And
g6
don't we
somehow.
go,
Ah,
ooh,
very smart.
Peter.
You have to defend against that. You have to
Wow.
check that with
Also,
bishop b4 right
rook
now.
b6 is not possible because of this
No
move.
rook b6 and
Wow.
knight f. So if he could play f5,
Bishop b4 has to be played.
Yes,
Which,
Yes,
knight
bishop
f8
b4.
was a threat.
but now f5, there's no more checks for you.
and f6 is going to be a mating pattern.
This is dangerous, guys. This is really
H5.
dangerous.
Trying to give his king some room, but, is it
he's
too
not.
late?
He's not. f6 is going to be a mate, right?
Right? I'm thinking I might even try to tighten the net a little bit with h4,
Yeah,
but
I thought about this crazy move h4 just
As
to
well.
enjoy a little bit.
but f6 is definitely looking very tempting.
G4. Okay.
Also,
Peter.
probably winning g5 and g6.
I'm
and
not,
rook h8.
I'm not a big
I don't
fan
know
of
sure
allowing
about
the king to go to g5, though.
Of course, of course. That is a problem.
This feels
But
like finally
here,
the king is escaping,
By the way,
right?
g5 looks like a crazy threat.
Rook to
King-
c6, trying to go king
uh-oh.
f7 check. I like this move. Follow it up with king g5.
But he's
though.
allowed the king to escape. If f6 was a win, it was a win earlier, not
Yeah.
anymore.
He took the pawn on a6 and yeah, I think it's now moving to a drawish,
Drawn game.
maybe.
Wow, Levon got lucky. He escaped.
Surprisingly, there was no
No, but
win.
it-
in fact.
There was no win.
There was no win, no.
Okay.
There was no, like, maybe net, checkmate net. But I think we have to come back at one point to see after.
So let's go to Fabiano, guys, because I
Yes.
think
Please.
White is winning. I think Nepo completely turned it around.
What?
He won.
Whoa! Oh, we missed it all. I'm
And
so
he's
sorry.
laughing. He's like, okay, I got away with one in this
Oh,
one.
No,
I
come
sure did.
How it's possible?
How is that possible? Well,
I think-
we left it when the pawn on E3
E3.
was going to be captured for the pawn on
C6.
C6.
Yes.
Like somewhere back here, we just.
The
what
king just
happened?
came. Yes. You couldn't take on on C6, knight D4 with this threat.
Exactly. King takes C6, as you say.
Not possible.
Anastasia, that would be a fork. What is. Oh, Fabi had some clever idea of winning the B pawn. But you know what? That pawn on C6 lives. That is not a good thing.
Oh,
Oh my goodness. And I can't believe it, but we
Yes.
have Nepo at 4 out of 4.
He's dominating
I
this
think he's
event right
lucky
now.
also.
He's running away with it.
Yeah. That position
Well,
looks
this
so
should
bad.
be this should be drawn, no?
Yes, it was drawn all the way until the end, close to the end. Not this one.
Oops.
Once you take the piece, that's too much.
Really?
The
Yeah,
pawns
two
are too
pawns are
separated.
moving.
So after A4,
Yes,
knight to
no,
E5, A4.
Oh, sorry. After, pardon me, right?
Don't go for the knight. The knight is already tied to the defense of the pawn on G5. The knight cannot move.
Correct.
What you have to make sure of is that once the knight moves from H3, you are ready to take on G5 and then sacrifice as fast as possible the knight on the last pawn, the pawn on A4. The way to do that is with the move knight to D3.
Yes.
Exactly.
King A5, knight
And
B2.
now knight
yes.
B2. Keep contact
Nice.
with the pawn on A4 at all times.
Nice.
But probably he didn't have much time at this moment.
Wow.
That's the problem. 15
Nice.
seconds for Fabiano at this
Wow,
point. He
honest-
should have found it though, because its material is quite limited. So it doesn't feel that difficult, right?
Yeah, but Anastasia, once again, we have an 80% decisive result. We've got 4 out of the 5 games here in round
Unbelievable.
4. And wow.
Oh,
And by the way, through the magic of TV, what we're going to do is take a look at Wesley So. He's thinking for 40 seconds. 13, 10. He's already thought for 30 seconds. Here we go. And
he completely forgot about his clock. Yes, and he just resigned.
yeah,
Cannot believe it. I've
He
seen it
actually
only
just
once
resigned.
in my life.
He didn't flag, but
Wow.
he was completely lost at that point.
that because that
Yeah.
93
Was a
move
shocker,
hit the.
yes.
It was a shock. Wow.
But still, I mean, you know.
Yeah. You make a move just
Yes,
because
just
you're down
the-
on the clock.
Yes.
Gary Kasparov, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said, Gary, it's not the issue of age, it's the issue that he's just rusty as all get out. He hasn't played in a year.
I think so. I think this is exactly what it is. He plays only a couple of tournaments per year, and whenever he does, he plays against the best chess players on the planet, and also the most active players on the planet. So there's a big discrepancy there, and I think this is the biggest problem that he's encountering right now. Just, as a player, there's so many decisions while you play a game of chess 9LX, of whatever variant you're playing. There's going to be a lot of very difficult decisions that you will have to make throughout the game, and they usually take time. The more active you are, the more in shape you are, the faster you take those decisions. So this is exactly what we're seeing right now from Gary. He's unable, unfortunately for him, to make those decisions in time. He falls behind on the clock, and then panic intervenes and unfortunately makes the bad decisions.
Yes, indeed. And here, Anastasia, current standings after 4 rounds.
Not a surprise, Jan Nepomniachtchi has 4 out of 4, 100% again, and he's on the first place.
And our golden boy is
yes.
back to his winning ways.
Exactly, and he just beat Fabiano. Alireza Firouzja is on the second place with 3 points, replacing Fabiano on the second place, and Fabiano is on the third position right now, together with Levon Aronian and Shahriar Mamedyarov. Then we have Hikaru Nakamura, who just won his game, and now
Get
he's plus.
50%.
Yes, he has 50%. And then we have Wesley So and the others.
Absolutely. As we get ready for our break, tell us what Q Boutique is. What's the specials today?
Yeah, Q Boutique is really, really important. We have today our sport camouflage black ball cap. And it's available in different sizes. It's 100% polyester and includes the Chess 9LX logo on the front and St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back. What a nice cap. Can I try it?
Yes, sure. Model
Yes.
it for us.
Yes, okay. Let's check it.
Oh, very, very, very becoming. I can see it's going to be a hot seller.
Maybe I should stay like that.
Exactly. Round 5 coming your way. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Louis is always exploring.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. It's my boy, look at that kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
And we have our standings right now. Welcome back everyone to our show. And we have Jan Nepomniachtchi leading the tournament after 4 rounds. 4 out of 4.
Perfect score, my goodness.
Unbelievable. So Firouzja has 3 points. And then Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian and Mamedyarov, all of them have 2.5 points.
Hikaru Nakamura at 50%, and other players are unhappy as we get ready for this, our 5th round coming up. You're going to have to do the honors and tell us who are going to do battle.
Yeah, so we have also the pairings of round 5, and we have Levon Aronian playing against Wesley So.
Nice.
Hikaru plays against Peter Svidler. Fabiano Caruana, Linear Dominguez. Firouzja faces Jan Nepomniachtchi.
There it is once more, our marquee matchup as we see the number 2 player and the number 1 player go head-to-head.
And dream come true again for Mamedyarov, who will play against Garry Kasparov.
Right. And let's take a look at our new position. Shuffle them up, Anastasiya. Tell us what you're going to deliver.
Yes, let's see what's going on. It's a position 196. And
2 knights.
yes, 2 knights are in the corner. And we can see at least queen is not in the corner anymore. And what about the pawns? G2, H2 are unprotected.
Wow.
This is what I noticed immediately. It's the same for G7 and H7 as we have the same position for white and black.
Exactly, exactly. So any attacks on those 2 pawns, G2, H2,
They are possible actually.
Yeah.
Bishop is on B8, right?
right? So some opening moves, C2, C4 as well.
As C5, yes, are
Right.
possible. Yes. So if you play C4, immediately H7 pawn is attacked.
You know, when we think about the chess 960 positions, and I think that was what Levon also mentioned yesterday, I don't like those positions where the bishops, or all 4 bishops are in the corner, because it means everybody's going to play, you know, B2, G2, and the bishops get traded. But the 2 knights in the corner, as a Christian, what do you think of them?
Well, I look at the position and I think that this is actually going to be the closest one we have to potentially leading to a very natural game of chess. I don't see any bad pieces in the position. Knight to F3 jumps there, knight goes to G3, the other knight goes to G3, you go C4, D4, something along those lines. You get this bishop out to C3, you get to castle the king very, very quickly on the short side. And after that, I mean, this bishop goes back to D3 or C2. It just feels like a very natural position. And I don't see what the bad piece in this setup is. So I'm definitely feeling that we're going to see a lot of very chess-looking games in the next round.
It's nice to see players actually analyzing. You can see all of them are enjoying this moment, laughing.
Right.
And you can see knight on F3, knight on G3, and the bishops are coming out slowly but surely.
Exactly. All 4.
Perhaps
here.
this is what you should be focused on, actually getting that pawn to C4, because you want to have the bishop on C3 behind the pawn. If you don't, if you keep the pawn on C2, then the bishop on B1 is going to suffer. So I think the move C4 probably has to be played quickly.
Actually, it's very funny. We had 3 players analyzing. Now we have 4 of them. Soon, maybe the whole tournament will just stand next to one position. And
so there's 4 players and Leonard.
I don't have the position on my computer there, Christian. So take it again. What you say this opening or this position pardon me, we'll get to the more
they're analyzing right now if we have
normal chess.
Bird's eye view of the position. So yes, they are starting with the move C4, which makes a lot of sense.
C4, C5.
C4, C5, knight to G3, G6, and now
G6.
E4. Okay.
Why G6? Oh, they want to play bishop.
But knight to F3.
And,
oh, he wants to put the bishop on G7.
Fianchetto.
uh-oh. But
That
what
is
about the
actually
knight
quite
on
funny.
H8? Ah, F7. Look at this.
You cannot play chess like that.
It's too creative.
You cannot
yes.
play chess like that. No way.
They're laughing also. You know.
Right.
I mean, they gave it a try, let's say, and they saw what
Wesley is having a lot of fun with his ideas. I
What?
really don't believe in this G6, E4, bishop E5. So Jan seems to want to go knight H6, F5, a different approach.
very, very interesting, actually, what's happening. But yeah, I see also e4. They check the moves like e4.
Knight f3, knight
But I'm
f6.
seeing also the bishop. No, that is a pawn on g2. Sorry. There you had the issue of the weak pawn on g7.
Oh,
Because
sacrifice, right?
Now nobody is really defending this
So
pawn.
knight
Yes,
g3, knight g6, you cannot do that.
interesting idea. Knight g3, knight f5 sometimes. Yes.
right, very very quickly hitting this pawn.
So what he wants to
of
do is
awkward
start with knight
defense.
f6. And now rook g8.
Maybe we can also check what Gary is checking right now. Like, what is he analyzing at this moment with Peter Svidler, perhaps? Yes, okay, we have this angle. Peter, move your hand. You are a commentator.
And the pawn on h2 got
Yes.
snapped. But I tell you, you lose so much time to take
This
just
pawn.
an h pawn. It's one thing when you're winning a center pawn.
Wait,
But still,
why-
you know.
After e4, why was Peter so
I
happy
think
with the move
bishop
f4?
f4.
But why was he so happy with it? Because then you can just move the queen, right?
Or
So
play
let's
bishop
see
to
the first
d2.
move. Which move they would like to make after all conversations.
Peter, you have
So
to
where we
make a
go?
move.
E4 or D4? Okay, they are checking
D4.
D4. Maybe they're actually checking like E4, D4, all the moves, normal moves. Let's say at the beginning.
This move
D5.
c5 is really too provocative. I mean, I'm a pawn grabber, and I don't like losing the time. So much time is being lost there.
Yeah, and yes, look, White got such a great
Bishop f4,
center.
just queen c2 or queen c3. That bishop is going to get kicked out.
F6. Interesting. So just to keep control over E5 square.
Ah, there's another reason why this bishop on f4 is useful, because you cannot castle alongside. And if you go g3, try to keep
Yeah,
it
bishop
away.
h6, huh?
And the knight on h1 is completely
It's
dead.
kind of killed.
This is a creativity, right? Based on,
Yeah.
of course, some positional understanding. Let's put it
Right.
this way. This
c4, knight g6.
the same.
What?
Oops.
So now they're trading pawns. Okay, okay.
G3. Yes, I thought about it. Okay, you give up your knight, but you get two bishops, for example.
Well, now you have to take on g8.
And now you have to take that. Oh, he's
No. What?
suggesting.
And what if
Because
knight
knight
f6?
f6.
What about knight f6? What's the problem?
Bishop
Queen h6.
h6.
That's a queen, right?
Oh, it's queen
It's
h6.
a queen, yes.
It would defend h7.
Interesting. Also. And
So
different
d3.
ideas.
Okay, that's a nice move.
But it amazes me how quickly they come to their conclusions. And Fabi and Levon, they don't even move pieces. They just
No.
talk to one another.
They're
I mean-
blind chess. They're training. Yes. Wow. Okay, now C4. C5.
F4.
Oh,
Say what?
oh.
F5.
It looks very funny.
No, nobody understands what's going on.
Okay, if you said A, you should say B. Let's go
Knight
G4.
E3 or what? Or G3.
D3. What are we trying to do with this move? Open up the bishop to go to C3?
Or queen. E5. Bishop takes. No?
I'm confused.
Yeah, me too. Yes. It's too deep. Too
Too deep.
deep. Yes, this kind of opening choice is very deep.
I remember when Grandmaster Robert Hubner was asked to describe Grandmaster Elimirovich, and he said, too much talent.
Exactly. Yes.
By the way, I think this is the first time I'm seeing the engine at move 1 before move 1 actually give white quite a significant advantage. Usually it's 0.2, 0.3 max. And this starting position is actually 0.5. Right?
0.5.
0.5 with the move knight to g3.
Knight to G3.
Knight to g3 immediately potentially
the
looking
idea is-
towards that g7
Attack,
pawn.
yes, immediately the pawn. Interesting.
Yeah, there are certain starting positions where, especially when there's a queen on h1 attacking a pawn on b7, for example, and this move g3, and somehow it's very awkward to defend the pawn on b7. And the move knight, and here we've been seeing the players playing for c2, c4 and attacking h7, and the move knight g3. I don't quite have the starting position on my board yet. We do have it on Cristian, but
So which one?
Elaborate further on the point value of the starting position. In normal chess,
Yes.
we're at 0.02, Peter?
Actually, once
Peter.
you play the move knight to
Yes.
g3, the computer is starting to look at the position and it's saying 0.2 as well. Knight to g6, and then if you do go for the pawn with knight to h5,
How do you
d5.
protect it?
In
Yes.
fact, just sacrificing the pawn.
Yes.
Sacrificing the pawn, not only that, but you're actually running away with the bishop. So you're not allowing white to exchange the knight for the bishop. You're going to run away somewhere. c6, a4. a4 is an interesting position to run to, but I'm not 100% sure why he likes this move so much. I would say bishop to b5 or bishop to c6 are the much more natural approaches, and then you have to lose some time to get your knight out, because otherwise the knight is going to be trapped on g7. Queen to g4 is a very nice move as well, by the way.
My guess will be that players will not go for this kind
No,
of continuation
no.
because it's really risky, right? I mean, you can lose your knight. Maybe the computer
knight.
knows everything, but it's very hard.
None of
for
them are
chess
actually
players.
looking at to start with this move, knight to g3. They want to gain as much space from the beginning, so they're not even thinking about this knight sorties early on.
Interesting. I was just seeing this matchup once again between our two top tournament
Leaders, yes.
right? 4 for 4 is Nepo with the black pieces. I mean, normally speaking, we would be saying Ali Reza, fantastic, what a score, 3 out of 4. You're doing great, kiddo.
But after winning all the events, he might be even sad a little bit.
Right. Now tell us, what do you think about the psychology of the two players? Again, they just played a playoff for Anastasiya for the
Yes.
title,
You're right.
right? And Nepo was sour, or should I say salty, after that
Fork.
loss.
And also after move e5 from Ali Reza, you
Yeah, the
remember
fork,
that? Yes, the
yes.
fork he missed. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
really Ali Reza's day. He just literally won that final and became the winner of Single Cup and everything else, like Grand Chess Tour. And
Right.
yeah, so c4.
Here we go, c4. Yeah.
And c5.
Well, so far in both Alireza and Fabiano's games, c4 was the first move. And Nakamura started with knight g3. Very interesting.
Ah,
So
the only
Nakamura is
player.
the only one,
Wow.
as of now, that starts with a piece move.
Knight g3.
And still, unfortunately,
Perhaps he
for me-
analyzed this position, you know. Long
Well, the
winter.
players,
So we're saying that the move knight f5 is not a danger?
in which position?
And apart with me in the for Firouzja versus Nepo.
No, I don't think so, because if you do go knight f5, I have this idea of d5. You take on g7, but then I can just move my bishop, right? And the knight is not easily going out.
You need to
Well, I've
spend
got
so much time.
f5. Don't I have f5 protected by
But
the
I can
bishop
go
on
bishop
b1?
d7, perhaps, right?
Don't I have it protected?
I can go bishop d7, perhaps. So you go knight f5, I go d5, you take on g7, I go bishop d7.
By the way, he said, enough. I refuse to analyze the positions of knight f5. I'm just taking this knight on g3 off the board. Yeah, bishop takes
Interesting
g3.
decision, yes.
Why? Why the long think here? Everybody recaptures towards the center, Anastasiya.
Ah, maybe because he thinks to develop the bishop somewhere else, yes. But normally you have to do this move immediately, right?
Absolutely.
H takes g3. Maybe there are some
H6,
ideas.
Cristian, I'm just having a little issues with my board for the moment,
yes.
but just jump over to you. Why is Firouzja taking so long to recapture H2 takes G3?
I do believe he took back.
Just did, but it took him.
He took it with the h pawn. I would assume he was considering f takes g3, not capturing towards the center to give this bishop potentially another square on f2, try to put more pressure on the pawn on c5 after the bishop coming to f2, but also to open up the f file and activate the rook at the same time. Also, you already played the move c4 and d4, so is that king actually going to castle on the queen side? Probably not. So you want to go on the other side with a pawn from f2 not in front of the king. Well, unfortunately, that might make the position of the king, once it castles on the king side, weaker. So that's what I think he was trying to quantify in his mind and try to understand the nuances, the details of the position as we move further in the game, and decided to take with the h-pawn, which makes a lot of sense. To be honest, it makes a lot of sense. Not only that, but sure, you can castle and get the king to g1, but also you have this idea of potentially starting an attack via the h-file, activating the rook that way with the move rook to h1. It just feels healthier to take back with the h-pawn.
By the way, I think we have a very funny position going on in the Levon versus Wesley game, as we're seeing both bishops capturing on h2 and h7. Very, very funny setup at the moment. And the bishops both retreating to c2 and c7 respectively. By the way, Gary, what's the story with Gary? What's going on with Gary?
Oops, no moves.
Knight, g3,
Gary's
full
actually
stop.
Wow, what's happening?
Exactly like.
Why is he shaking?
Because he
Gary's
didn't consider this move. Remember, we checked what the moves they were.
I think Gary's having the same problem I'm having. He's looking at this position and he's saying, knight on g3 to f5 is a severe problem, and I don't like having to face that.
Okay, but
other
you have to
players
make a
weren't
move. You
worried.
just spent almost
No,
4 minutes right
4
now.
minutes. Oh no, it's,
That's terrible time clock
not good.
mismanagement.
That's a
Let's
lot.
not forget we have only 20 minutes for the game. It's rapid chess, and it's really important to how you manage your time.
20% of your time just poof out the window.
Out the window.
Move one. I mean, you cannot do that.
No,
Oh.
no. Was time trouble a problem for you in your personal chess career?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm also this type of person who likes to think about the position. Yes, and it's never enough for me.
To double
Yes.
check and triple check.
So I understand really well Linier when he's thinking.
Yeah.
Gary, you
5
have to
minutes.
make a move.
Come
You could
on,
play a
guy.
game already in 5
And
minutes.
Shaq is smirking and he's like, wait,
Well,
what's
what are
happening
you
here?
doing?
Maybe
my
he's,
goodness.
you know, there was a game Shakhriyar played with Garry Kasparov, maybe Christian, do you remember that? It was a very, very short game. And Mamedyarov said in his interview that I was waiting for this game so many years, and then when it happened, it finished so quickly. Yes, so, I mean, it was...
Well, if Gary is so worried about knight f5, just play
G6.
f7, f5.
Or knight f6, right?
Well, to stop knight f5, I'm saying, if he's so afraid of this move, knight f5, you can just go f5 yourself. And just say, okay, your knight's not going anywhere. I'm going to go e6. I'm going to go bishop h5. I'm going to go knight f6. I'm going to get my pieces out. F5.
I like f5. F5 looks great, actually.
Bishop to g3, knight f6, castles, kingside. This knight will come to f7. And stop with this 10-minute thinking.
But this just comes back to my point earlier on, is not about the fact that he's not in shape. He just cannot make decisions quickly.
No, actually, Nakamura pointed out something very interesting. He said that Gary is famous to try to find the best moves in general. Yes, and sometimes it doesn't help him in Fischer random because actually there are not really best moves and you cannot really find all of them. You know, you just have to move one. And finally we have a move.
Wow. It took him how much time?
It's
close to 6 minutes. Close to 6 minutes, yes.
To make his opening.
This is incredible.
That's just terrifying. And, you know, he's being plagued by self-doubts because of his score. I mean, his play has been, at times, very good, other times poor. But it's just his score is making him reflect, well, at every moment, including the opening move. Levon Aronian versus Wesley So. This was this funny game where the bishops were both capturing on h7 and h2. Things haven't calmed down with this last move, d2, d4, as Levon essentially is throwing down a gauntlet here. Are you going to capture on d4 and allow knight takes d4, queen takes g2? Do you want the pawn, Wesley?
Nice. Knight g3 or what? Yes.
Knight g3, and It's a pawn sacrifice, but I would be scared to take the... Oh, wait a minute.
What about bishop g3?
Bishop, you know, it's a funny thing. I tried to set up this trap. Queen c7
Nice.
mate,
Yes.
and attacking your queen. But unfortunately, you could trade queens and make me reflect about how good my pawn sacrifice was. Look at Wesley, d4, d5. Wow, jumping
go.
to you, Cristian. Let's go.
Best move in the position.
Best
D5.
move in the position?
Yes, absolutely. D5.
D5.
So,
Oh my goodness.
in fact, this was c takes d4 and queen takes g2 was extremely dangerous, not only because of knight to g3, knight to
Right.
g3, bishop takes g3, and actually take back with the f pawn. You can take on f1, but after queen to a5, you simply don't have time to secure your
Oh
king.
my God.
Knight to
This
b5
is
is
great.
coming. You have to defend the a7 pawn, otherwise the queen gets too close to your king, and unfortunately, you are not in time. There's too many threats in the position. If you go d6, I just pick up the a7 pawn. Your queen is not playing. None of these pieces are playing on the king side. Your king is
Beautiful.
going to be in deep,
Take
deep
my
danger.
rook.
None of that. So he decided to go d5. Good move, great move. Immediately challenging the center as it is.
Wow.
Well, I mean, obviously this is a symmetrical position, so white has an extra tempo. White has to be better.
Right.
How much better is the question, right? And we're going to have to wait and see how these players are going to develop this position.
Cristian, only time will
Only
tell.
time will tell. Yes. Only time will tell.
Very good,
guys.
very good. Let's jump to Fabiano for a second, as he is up against the defending champion of our Fischer 9LX. Fabi opened with the c4, English c5.
And f4. Something
That's
they
what I
like.
was saying. That, look, Gary, if you want to play, you know, just play f5. And look, we've got the very same kind of position. Fabi put the knight on f2. Very nice. Obviously, he's about to castle. I think I would have saved the move knight f2, but okay. And we have a game, a very different game, but I'm still stunned that Gary spent so many moves, so many minutes making his first move. Sorry, let's just quickly catch up with Gary. Not too much has happened, but at least he sped up his play. His last move was knight g6. I'm seeing a lot of similarity across. Some players have included c4, c5. Most players have included c4, c5. Some have included f4.
As well as Hikaru, yes.
Yes, Hikaru as well.
Outside of only Fabiano, who started off with this move f2, f4 after c4, c5. Hikaru also did something very similar as well. Started off with knight to g3, but it doesn't change that much. And I have to say, I'm quite enjoying White's position after the trade. Bishop to f3, let's keep going. Queen to c3, I'm ready to castle right now. You still have to get your bishop out of the way. And I have to say, look at that bishop on f3 right now. It's so powerful, right? A lot of pressure on the b7 pawn, and once you play the move bishop to c6, well, sure, we're going to exchange the bishops, but you're going to lose some time, and we're going to exchange it on my terms. You're going to take on f3, and I will take back with the knight and gain a tempo. He decides to go with this move e5. The first instinct tells me that
G5.
this has to be too slow.
Right.
Too slow. You're trying to do too much with the black pieces, while in the meantime I'm developing my pieces. I can still see a move such as d4 coming in very quickly. So for example, what if I castle? Castle on right now.
Right.
What do you do?
I assume I'm supposed to develop.
Finally, yes.
Yeah.
Finally you're developing.
I want to castle and defend the pawn on g7 so that I can shut down the
Check
bishop.
that last move out.
What?
h4. No castle.
No
h4.
castles for you.
Yes.
h4. You know, I really, as white, I really want to play bishop h4 check.
That's what he's going for.
And the problem, of course, is the knight on g6 stops. Bishop h4 check, Anastasiya. You can get an h5 and bishop h4. You feel
I like it.
the excitement
Oh,
as far as white is concerned, he will be having a lot of fun.
This is getting dicey for Peter, I have to say, after this move h4.
Maybe unpleasant, yes, to play this position.
Very unpleasant.
Actually, these days players are asking for support of their followers and viewers. So
Yes.
Hikaru was asking in his Twitter account, like, I need some good energy from you
Come on,
guys.
guys, yeah.
So it looks like he got some. I mean, Yasser, how could you, let's say, get some good energy? Like you would call to your friends.
Yeah, I give Hans Niemann a call and say, yeah, could I borrow your fan club for a little while? I mean, he needs some help over here. What could Peter do? Could Peter play knight e7, h5? The bishop is coming, and I know it looks a little weird. Knight g8. Am I losing way too much time? Is this too extravagant?
I think so. I mean, I'm not even going to watch the engine.
I'm not even going to watch it.
Let's go castle. I think
You give up.
You give up on the engine?
I think this is deadly. I mean, you lost so many
The
tempes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've developed my pieces on their ideal squares.
You
So
did. You did.
Let's go castle. I think it's just too bad.
Yasser, explain me
ugly
please
position.
something. Like with the move e5, I mean, now the d5 square will be also like weak, right?
Yes.
For some time. Like how important is it in Fischer random? I mean, do we still have all these same issues?
All of the wonderful
You're trying to castle, right?
things that, all the wonderful things that you know about chess are true in Fischer random. Outposts, yes. Now that we've played e5 and c5, we weaken the d5 square, so it makes perfect sense to get rid of the defenders of that square.
So I think your maneuver,
But-
even knight f6, somehow covers the square, yes? I mean, that was
Right.
your also maybe
Intention.
an intention, yes.
Yeah, but one of the things about outposts are, the outposts are really, really good, interestingly enough, for minor pieces. And the best outposts are usually for the knight. So in this position, we would love to see the knight magically make its way to d5. Because the knight is so far away from d5, I think Peter felt he could get away with his play, but he may have overestimated his position. Bishop went to c6, by the way. Pawn went to h5. Knight went to e7. Bishop went to h4. What we thought, queen to e6. Again, Peter's thinking, if I can just put my king on g8 and nothing untoward could happen in the next move or two, I'll be fine. And I think that's true.
Except one
Except-
question. What about bishop on b8? How we will bring him into the game?
We will pray.
First of all.
Please bring my bishop to
But
me.
look at Hikaru.
Okay, where's it?
He seems a bit confused. I think what he's anticipating is this move d4.
He
Now
was
that the
into-
queen is on e6, d4, d5 is coming with tremendous consequences.
You know, the weird part?
I don't even castle first. I
Yeah.
don't need to castle yet.
The weird part is because I was expecting the king to be on e1. I said, no, you can't play d4.
Yeah.
d4,
Why not?
okay.
Yeah.
You're threatening kill. I mean, so I'll take once.
That's okay, I'll take back.
Take.
The problem is once you take with the e pawn, also my rook is coming to e1. That's a problem.
Once I take, yes.
Once you
yes,
open
yes.
up the e file, my rook is coming to e1.
Yes.
And
Bishop
not only
d4.
that, but if you take on d4, my queen is getting to attack your g7
G7,
square as
yeah.
well. You're tied down at this point with the black pieces.
Maybe we can play
Absolutely.
e4, I mean, just to try,
Let's go e4.
Yes. So if you play d5 now, I maybe will take on d5.
Take
yes?
on d5 and then
Yes.
even this. Let's look at this. So I
Wow.
take on d5, you take with the queen, and I go king. Let's say king c1. Maybe king
C1.
c2
C1.
is better. But
So I'm
let's
afraid
go
that
queen
even
c1.
if we take now on f3, queen g7 or something.
Yeah.
Maybe
It
I'll
looks
just take back
dangerous,
with,
yes.
with the knight. I just want to
Right.
take back with the knight.
But I
Crazy
must
position.
say, at the end of the day, I'm left with two of my worst minor pieces, and I don't like this for black. I'm going
No.
to have to do better. So d2, d4 is by far
This might be
the
a
most
problem.
challenging in the position.
And he played it.
d4,
It's
here
on
it
the board.
comes.
Hikaru is really always looking for good, interesting solutions. Right, D4 is
absolutely, absolutely. He
fighting for initiative.
He is just one of those players that has that sixth sense of hitting. And in this particular case, because the queen is on e6, what Cristian was saying is anything that opens up the e file, the rook will land on e1, and that's a very, well, it's an absolute pin. Those are the worst.
So let's try not to open the e file. Let's go e4 and play basically the same variation, but without opening the e file.
E4, the bishop, I would assume.
So no more d5.
Yeah, right? No more d5 for this moment.
Trusted.
But I am threatening d5 and queen takes g7. A line Anastasiya said, give me the pawn. I'm very excited.
Queen f7 to protect from both threats. Maybe
okay. But now,
so
oh, you can castle as well.
Too. Yeah, I can castle too.
What do you? Yes, because this bishop.
I can take.
So you want to take and then castle with a check.
Castles with check.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. now I'm in trouble.
Oh boy. Oh
it's
boy.
a pity we cannot castle under check.
So this is yeah, the rules.
That's a problem. That's actually a big problem.
This is looking good for Hikaru. I just want to go back to our tournament leaders and see how Firouzja and Nepo are getting along.
That's just a game of chess.
It looks like it came out of an open Sicilian.
It's
just normal queen h2.
Okay, let's see how they played fast. What are the clock times, Anastasiya?
Yes, let's check the clock here.
No, there's only one player that played fast.
Okay, so actually you're right. I mean, 7 minutes.
16 minutes. And Nepo is walking around like no problem.
He's in a good
I've
shape.
got this.
I mean, he's 4 out of 4, and the strategy is working.
Yes,
And
he's play fast and good.
Well,
that's a good combination, actually, if you think about it.
Doesn't work with.
Have you ever done that?
I mean, usually when you're in shape, you play faster.
Right. But play fast and good, I meant, Cristian.
I'm typically not a fast player, so fast and good, that's quite difficult. But Nepo, we know that. We know that he's a fast player. He plays like that in normal chess as well. He tries to put as much pressure on his opponent as possible. I remember a game he played against Nisipanu, and that's a 2700 level grandmaster. He obliterated him out of the opening and finished with more time than what he started off with. So he can do this type of feats. Nepo.
Yeah, he's one of the best chess players in blitz and rapid chess, of course, and it's very, very well known for that. But sometimes what I know also that sometimes he can play too fast and miss something.
Yes, exactly.
It's very difficult to find this balance always, to play fast and at the same time not to do some even minor mistakes. So today I think he really does well. So far so good.
Okay, here's my thinking, Anastasiya. As black, I desperately want to play the move f5 so that my rook will land on f2 with force. But I have to defend the pawn on f5. I could play g6, f5, and then take. Or I like this tempo gainer. How about this? Check. And queen drops back to h5. The idea is
nice idea, yes, knight h2.
I'm assuming the king has to move, and now I get in my, this is my trick to get into f7, f5 break as soon as possible. It feels like this is a very, very dangerous attack for black.
Maybe I could go back on g1.
Okay, just back here.
Like, yes, you gave me check, king f1.
King f1, queen went back to h5.
Yes, can I go
back? He just played f5 right away.
Yes, also the same story, yes. But I just don't like my king on e2, let's say.
Okay, king back to g1.
Maybe there is queen h3.
Then there's f5.
Yes, still
this
f5.
This is the dream that I'm having, that the rook will magically land on f2.
Yes, and f2 and everything.
By the way, f5 right away, he can do the same variation.
Here, maybe.
Yes.
F5 and...
Was f5 the most accurate move, Cristian?
And now queen h5.
f5 was a normal move, yes.
Wow.
Not a bad move. Queen to g3 was played, and then we have the trade of the queens. once again,
Yes.
it seems like we're entering an endgame in which most likely is going to finish in a draw. Now, one player that's having huge problems right now, as we're speaking, is Garry Kasparov. 4 minutes on his clock and a pretty perilous position.
4
he has
minutes?
right now. 4
Only,
minutes
yes.
only on his clock against 16 minutes for Mamedyarov.
Wow. Okay.
This is the move, bishop to f4. He spent 10 minutes on that move, guys. 10
Bishop
full
F4.
minutes on the move, bishop to f4.
And e2, e3 is actually useful for the
It
first
is.
player.
It is. It doesn't make a lot of sense, I have to say.
Oh my goodness.
His time expenditure right now, unfortunately, is suffering.
Yeah, it's
Well, but you say it's dangerous, but if Garry can play bishop c6 and castles short, isn't he okay? Or am I missing
But you're
something?
still fighting against the two bishops.
True.
Sure, maybe you're going to be okay, but strategically, for the long term,
And
you're
I've
going
given
to
up the
fight
center
against the two
too.
bishops. That's a problem. I
Yeah.
can just simply castle. Castle short. White.
White has more pressure in the center and the two bishops, Anastasiya. So we have
and
to-
more time, unfortunately.
It almost feels like one
and
of
the
those...
weather not cooperating. and it's a sunny day. You know?
Yes. No, but you know, sometimes it happens like a circle. Like first you think too long and you're not happy with your decisions. Then another moment and you're disappointed. And it's really hard to play and find the best moves when you already did something wrong in your game. But let's still hope that Garry will fight.
Recover.
Yes.
Queen d2 sets up something kind of nice along the d file. So like if you playing bishop c6, his idea is that he Shaq wants something of this nature where d6 is the issue.
It's unclear if in that particular case works, but just because we have queen takes c4.
Queen d2,
King e7?
king
King
e7.
e7.
Whoa. There's no more castling for Garry. That
No.
might be a problem.
Didn't see that one coming. That looks like a no-no.
Okay, but you,
Maybe he
you
can take
cannot
on
do
bishop
this.
h5.
That is not good. I don't.
really cannot do this.
No, you can't do this. There should be some immediate punishment. I'm reaching for the b pawn, but I stopped myself because I did see bishop a4.
So let's castle first.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the thing. Sometimes you have to play simple chess.
And then just
Simple
rook
chess,
d1.
9 LX.
Can I try to say no?
Let's
That's
go queen takes d4.
Queen takes d. No, no, no. Even as I'm reaching for the pawn on c4, I don't like what I'm doing.
Look, Yasser, I'll give it to you. All right. Queen d2. Let's go.
That's
Take
all
the
I
pawn.
ask.
Take the
That's
pawn.
all I ask.
Queen c4.
I know what you want, so I'll give it to you.
But you're gonna get great compensation, maybe even a huge
How
advantage
do you
as
defend
well.
after that?
I'm not pleased. I just being told that Levon is doing very nicely here. Rook just landed on e7. Oh dear. Ooh, that's a visual.
Wow.
Wait a
One
minute.
more. What if knight takes? We take
Okay,
with the
so-
bishop, and we gain it back. The
Wow,
exchange.
I'm kind of impressed that this knight stayed
On h1,
on
yes. So, how's the position after the typical exchanges? Knight takes e7.
Yes,
right,
bishop takes.
e7. Let's take on g2 as well. Ah, you want to go knight is... Ooh,
Just
That's
to
a visual.
remind,
that's a visual.
I think you have to take my rook.
Okay.
And
then take on
I
c7,
don't,
right?
I don't have
Knight d1, bishop c7.
the time to do this.
Look at this knight on h1 protecting f2. That's why he was.
Genius.
Yeah,
Genius,
absolutely. I mean,
Genius. Okay. So which line would you like to go with, Christian?
No, I think maybe knight takes g2. Let's see
Oh,
how
mean
the
from the
position
start?
simplifies. Yes.
Okay.
Take on e7 and then...
No, take on
take on
e7.
e7 first.
Take on e7
Yeah.
and
then
just
go
take
knight
the
takes
pawn.
g2. Sure, why not?
Why not?
Why not? Let's
And I assume I want to take the rook that makes your life more.
Yeah, and now rook g1 probably, right?
Yep.
And now I will go rook h8.
Rook h8. The knight will be hanging.
Try to take advantage of that silly knight on h1.
It is a pretty silly knight, I must say. Looks okay for Wesley, if you ask me.
Somehow it looks okay for
Yes,
both
it's
sides,
drawish,
right?
yes.
Yes.
More or less. The ending will be like 4 against 4.
Probably just a
Let's
draw.
jump back to our tournament leaders because they find themselves in a 4-rook ending. In the last move, just a second, 2 versus 2, but that's 4 versus 3, pardon me. So last move, some captures going on, and
Rook f2 is the threat.
massive threat. Massive threat. Holy smokes. G4 by Alireza, inviting rook on f8 to f2. And even though it's really, really reduced material,
I think.
Nepo is
Wow.
for choice, right?
Look, rook f2, maybe it's like rook d8 and then rook h5, king g6. I'm trying to count all
And
this.
then rook h2.
In the end, I think it's rook f5.
And that's why he played.
Yes, like rook
Oh,
d8.
that is so
Yes.
clever.
Rook h5, king g6, then rook g6, and then rook f5, maybe exchanging
exchange
the
the
rooks.
rooks, yeah.
Yes.
That
I was
is
trying to
so
find a
clever.
defense. Yeah.
That is so clever. Oh, very, very nice. Oh,
Nice move, G4, yeah.
G4. Yeah,
Not
I'm
only
sure.
that, but it also makes space for the king to go to g3, so it's definitely an improvement. For
Yeah,
the last
I'm
white's
sure
position.
Nepo underestimated this move. So once again, if I go down and I go down this whole variation, and let's see how we got here once more.
Rook d6, king f7.
And
Rook
this
f5.
this is the rook f5, yeah?
If we don't do this, it's pretty dangerous to have 2 rooks on the second rank. So yeah, we have
Absolutely.
to exchange it.
So can Nepo avoid allowing this rook trade? Because he sure would like to play the position with 4 rooks.
He still he goes
did
for
it.
this.
Okay, well, let's see. It's going to happen
Rook
quickly.
d8, yes.
Yeah. It's going to happen very quickly. The rook is coming to f5 with a check, which will trade off the trade, the
And the
double
rooks,
pawn.
yes.
So how is the king and pawn endgame?
King and pawn endgame?
Yes, so king f7,
Yes,
He's
I
done
also-
king f7,
rook f5, and now king e7.
rook f5, and then king e7.
Yes, which he
Well,
didn't play.
He didn't consider it.
No, he didn't even consider
Not
it.
He didn't even consider it. He just went directly for the pawn down rook ending, and he's saying, I think I can draw this because the king.
is active, yes. and
Yeah.
Your king is not.
Exactly.
Not yet.
Time's not a factor because Nepo has been playing
Very fast.
super fast. 12 minutes, 11 minutes for Nepo, 2 minutes for Alireza. Alireza pawn up, trying to win and stop the express train that is Nepo. 4 out of 4.
Yeah.
Gary down to his last 1 minute right
Oh.
now.
Okay, is it
G4, okay.
too early to call this a draw, or you think?
Probably not, but I think we will have time to come back to this one.
All
because
right.
Gary
We're gonna-
down to his last minute, he might be in trouble right now.
When we left it, we just saw the move Queen D2, King E7, and we all said, what? King E7 takes, and this is what I was afraid of, this bishop getting, and look at that, I mean, that is just such a tender pawn.
Just 6s.
Oh my. No, this is all one-way traffic. I mean, we've got ideas of knight f5 check, and queen takes e5.
20 seconds.
We've got
For
king
Gary.
Also
e8.
king
Gary
e8.
gets off
Good move.
this diagonal.
Yes, very good prophylactical move.
But Anastasiya, 2 bishops, good, better development. What are we talking about here? This is
Yeah.
looking terrible.
It's a good move, but unfortunately in a bad position, there's no good moves.
A good move in a bad position.
Yeah, but still, you have to keep the position. Let's see.
Bishop c2.
Bishop
c2.
D7.
Okay. And the bishop did drop back to d7. Now, Gary is a gifted Sicilian player. Put a bishop on e7 and put a knight on f3, and we're talking about a reasonable position.
Yeah,
but he,
no bishop, yes?
No
Dark
bishop.
square bishop.
I think it's asking too much. But for
So
the moment,
perhaps, can you go f4 right now?
and
Knight
the
takes
knight.
c4.
Where's the knight going? Well, okay, I'll fall for it.
You don't want to take the pawn?
He's inviting you to take the pawn, but
Yes, of course.
For
Yes,
sure.
of
I think
course.
you can. I mean, I think
Let's
that's
try
a
to
critical
take it.
move.
yes. No, we have to suffer for something at least, yes, if possible.
Exactly.
I can just go b3.
You understand me completely, Anastasia.
But I
If you're
can
going to
just go B3.
suffer, at least suffer with something.
Yeah, let's take something.
We've
and
got a
suffer
pawn.
again.
We're suffering for a pawn, and we've got knight d5 on tap.
I go b3.
What?
b3.
B3. Ah, yes, the queen is
B3.
pinned. Oh, I thought somehow I felt it's not.
I know. I don't know. That's all you got. Simple.
I think this might actually be
B4.
over. And if you go b5,
Knight D5.
Yeah.
I think I just sidestep your b4 with bishop b2, and you still cannot get out of the pin.
You do what?
Bishop b2.
Like bishop B2, so
but
against
now you have
B4.
knight d5.
Knight
Never-
D5?
Now it's our turn.
Yes.
Now it's getting dicey. No, I don't like this. Okay.
Okay.
B3, so...
B3. He said, I like my pawns.
Yes, I don't want to give it so easily.
But wait a minute. You
B5
mentioned
now,
there's a pin.
right?
Can I play b5 and chase that bishop?
That is a very good question.
Away
and he
from
has to play it.
D6?
He only has 10 seconds right now on
No.
his
Oh my God.
10 seconds
10
on his
seconds.
clock.
Come on, Gary.
Just play.
Is he going to flag? Guys, I think we're down to
B5, yes.
B5
yes, you
is on the
played
board.
it.
But how much time? It must be a second or two.
perhaps
Yeah.
5 seconds with the
We have-
increment or 6
Oh,
seconds.
oh. B5. Well, that was at least, it's going to force Shaq to
Think a little bit.
think a little bit
Yes.
here, because if we can chase this bishop away or take a pawn, we suffer.
The big question is, can you go bishop takes d6 right now?
Bishop takes D6.
Probably. That looks like a combination that kind of plays itself, doesn't it?
Knight takes b5. You still have queen c5.
Yes, because knight C7.
But now I have knight d6, knight b7.
Oh,
Okay,
Go
but
to c7.
you
yeah,
get 2 pawns.
It's
And-
tricky. I mean, this
It's
position
tricky.
is a 3-result position.
yeah,
I think so.
nice.
I mean, I think white's better just because.
No, he didn't play
queen
queen D2.
And how
B4.
much time?
What about
Seconds?
times?
10
17
seconds for Gary right now.
12 seconds.
12.
Well,
But
not
that-
anymore.
That
Bishop C6.
12 seconds goes by in a nanosecond. It's not
Right
the
now he
same.
has 11 seconds on his clock after this move, bishop c6.
Okay. Still, I think white is just overwhelming. These bishops are just. All he needs to do is kind of just make sure that
E4.
he keeps
He's trying to go queen g5.
H6.
h6. But he's done it in a very nice way. He's kind of got a Maroczy bind after queen e2. White will go queen e2, double rooks on the d file.
Play
And these
f4,
two bishops
yeah.
will just sweep the board.
Queen
By
F4.
the way, breaking news, Hikaru has won.
Winning, yes.
Wins against...
That's 2 out of 2 for Hikaru. He's
Peter.
warming up.
Oh, pardon me. Yes, it was Peter.
Yes.
Uh-oh,
F8, C5.
C5. Oh, it's collapsing. Oh,
This
oh,
is
oh,
not
oh,
looking
oh.
good, guys.
And then knight D6 and bishop B5, you take on C5, right? So
Exactly.
yeah, knight G6. Wow.
I think he
good.
flagged. He
Knight
flagged.
G6. He flagged.
flagged.
The game is over, guys.
Oh, that's a pity.
Oh.
Yeah.
He was even losing that, but he never got out of the opening. What can I say?
Is Ali Reza winning?
Ali
Look at
Reza.
this.
No.
Why?
Why not?
That king is really stuck on g8
I
right
think
now.
it was
yeah.
White who had this the problems with
Wow.
I mean, you have to go a6, but now I can even consider king e4.
King e4 will defend the pawn on f5, making the threat. So rook b7, rook takes f5.
And actually defends against checkmate.
And it defends it against checkmate. But once you play the move king e4, the threat of rook b7 is...
I still think you probably have to go towards this rook to b7 move. So, but first start with king to d4.
King to David 4?
Sure.
Okay.
Defend the pawn on c4. What do you play?
Actually, no, I don't
I'm
see
stuck.
the moves
I
because
don't see a good move.
like rook a1, for example. What will happen? Just
But rook
let's
a1, I go rook b7.
rook b7. Yes. So
And then
you
I pick up the
threaten
pawn
mate.
for free.
yes, yes.
And you don't
king
take on
f8.
f5. And if you don't take on f5, I think you're just done.
No, I mean I don't like this king on g8. Definitely. I mean,
Rook
King
c5.
d4.
But now I go
Yes.
rook b7.
Rook to
b7.
b7, rook
You
takes,
take on f5, I take on b6.
and you're threatening my a pawn.
And I always have this idea of rook to b8, and I think this endgame, if you allow me to go rook to b8, is already lost.
king f8 he plays,
So
protecting
not
against the idea.
taking
rook
on
b8.
f5. What if I take on b6 now?
Which he is about to do.
And
And
Rook
then
f5.
take on
on
the other guy
f5,
as well?
And then
Because,
we'll take on a6,
the pawn on a6, yeah.
right?
That's a pawn to the good, and you still have some problems with the g7 pawn. I don't know, guys.
We sure
This looks
do.
like might be a win, a technical win already for white.
Okay, I think you're making a very good point here. And he definitely, Ali Reza, just hacked that pawn off the board.
Well, he hacked it because he only has 12 seconds on the clock.
What a great play by Lireza, actually,
Actually,
descending, yes?
yeah,
I mean,
rook-
first he defended against those ideas with rooks on second rank, and now actually he's proving that descending is
Exactly.
better.
And Nepo's perfect tournament may be coming to a screeching halt.
Well, he's definitely not winning this one.
No.
Yeah. Guys,
Pardon me, there is a clock factor.
No.
well,
Definitely
circles.
not.
It happened
winning
once, but there's no way I'm jinxing this one for you. You cannot lose
this.
this.
Commentator's curse is powerful.
So
Rook g5.
But okay, let's start pushing now.
Okay, if you...
Rook to e6, such a
I was about to say,
Wow, cutting this
cutting
king.
off the king. If I could play king e7.
But this is over. I think this is just completely over.
Rook e6, no, that's a really
No,
great move.
that's just a killer move.
That's over.
Yeah, no, rook f5 was terrible because this move just ends the game.
But you don't have time to get out with the king, unfortunately.
Well,
You don't have king e7, I think,
why?
because I go check on a7,
And then if I go king f6,
rook f7, and I
And if
think
I
this
take it?
endgame is lost.
aren't I in the
Let's
square?
check it.
I'm not sure if you are, so I take.
Oh, you go king d5.
I go
you,
king d5 first, yes.
Yes.
You
Let's
block.
check it.
What?
And I check, and yeah, but now I go king d6,
And now I can push.
c5, and I have queen f8 at the end.
God, nice! You wanted us to find all this. I'm sure Yasser has already
Yeah.
calculated it long time ago.
I admire the fact that
Thank you,
caught me.
Yasser. I just felt it.
And there it is, resigns. And
That
there
means
is a
Ali Reza
tie at the top.
Ties
Wow.
Nepo at the incredible.
Oh my goodness.
So, Firouzja.
And let's quickly go to this game. Our defending champion, Linear Dominguez, defending. Wow, defending. This is looking very, very good for
white.
Fabi. But
Is it though?
yes,
Okay,
H5.
h5 is on the board.
H5, bishops of opposite color
Why is
ending
it so good?
coming up. But that pawn on f6 I can defend with the
I'm not convinced. I go e5 immediately.
aha.
So you go knight f6, we exchange, and then I go e5.
Okay, so once again, so no, he
Knight
did
f2,
not.
yes. He
by
did
the
not
way.
play. Yes.
Looking to play, yes, g4. I was about to say maybe knight h3 is a bad news.
I mean, are we really sure that white is that much better in this position?
Complicated. If you don't know, I mean.
I thought that knight f6, if I could have got that bishops of opposite color with the pawn on f6 protected, I would like white's chances, but he didn't
Actually,
achieve it.
I think the problem is this knight on f2 has not got a really good square, and Linear played this g4 move, killing the opportunities for this knight. So
Just to give you an update on the other game, Wesley actually managed to swindle Levon and is right now winning his game.
Ooh.
good news for you guys. Wesley is fighting.
He's an influencer. I mean,
Wait, who's the influencer?
You.
No.
You use that Jedi mind trick of yours on me.
I knew you wanted to pick Wesley.
I did from the start, but
Yeah,
you
you're
just
usually
kind
going
of
for the
somehow
world champion.
confirmed it. I did.
Now, I'm thinking about an idea such as follows. E4, knight d1, knight d3, and then knight d5.
E4,
Something like that.
knight E1.
Yes,
Fantasy
you have to
chess.
find the
91.
place for this knight.
Try to scare you to death. I know, you're not going to get scared. I understand.
Not easily, but scared for sure. But
No, but you know what is funny? If you play knight
Queen
d4 and
D2. Queen D2, by the way, kind of invited that whole concept that you were saying. Queen F5, E4. He just wanted to make sure that his queen would control some dark square. This move G5 seems to me like a very, very good
But now
move
I
by
like the
Linear.
move d4. The move that you try to play. Open up the
D4?
d file. You put the queen on the d file. Open it up.
D4 knight.
And now e4. But now knight e4 you take on d4. Okay, I understand.
That's ugly. You just
It is.
self-inflicted wounds
It
here.
is, but your pieces are also not playing a very
That is
active
true.
role
Your
either.
pawns, your bad pawns cover a lot of good ground.
d4 is on the board.
D4
I know my
is on
guy.
the board.
I'm telling you, I know my guy.
g4. Okay.
Okay.
He wants to play maybe. Wait.
So
Knight
there's this
G7 as
little trick
expected.
right now. If I go queen to d3, what do you do?
Queen to D3 check. Probably I hide my king.
So you don't go knight f5. You're
I-
not trying to fall for my little trick.
I was a little bit afraid that there might be some
D5.
D5 and
Exactly. Yeah,
dirty,
that was my trick.
dirty
That was my trick.
tricks. There it comes.
Queen
You
d3.
know your guy.
I know my guy. He's going for the dirty tricks.
The dirty tricks. And they're done dirt cheap.
Queen g6. Wait a minute.
Queen g6.
G6.
e4 he played.
So he's going for the same type of setup. But
Yeah,
now the
the-
queen on g6, maybe it's worse placed than the
That's
queen on
why I was
f7.
thinking that the king on H6 actually might have been. The queen, when the queen was on F7, we could have like slipped around and hit this pawn. Okay. This knight on F2 doing great work. This knight on G7 looks terrible.
Knight e8.
Knight E8.
Let's try to improve it.
Look, not so much time for Linear. Only 7. Yeah, he made
played
a
it
move with
on
2
With
seconds.
2
seconds.
seconds on his clock?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Now
And
Fabiano is trying to focus on the weaknesses.
True
The pawn on
that.
g5. Knight g7 gained some
Yeah.
seconds. Actually, did not gain any seconds. Still 7 seconds on the clock.
I don't think Lanier has actually played this very well at all. There was also a move Queen D8 there that I really despised. Queen D8, Bishop takes G5.
I think queen d8, he was afraid of bishop takes e4.
I know, and then Bishop takes F6. Bishop takes G5 and Bishop F6. He
H3,
played
I
Queen
like
E3.
This, I like this move.
You do?
H3.
Yes. The knight is finally having a very serious job, and
squares.
that is to go
Yes.
to checkmate the black.
Yeah. G4 was played.
Okay.
Knight g5, king g8. And now let's get the queen to d8. Queen d4, queen d8. Or queen a3, queen e7.
That's more visual.
Queen
Queen
f4.
F4.
Okay.
Think he missed it. I think Queen A3 there.
But maybe
was
he wants
very,
bishop
very-
b4 with queen
That's
f8
what he
ideas.
wants,
Maybe.
yes.
Bishop b4.
Nicely spotted.
Bravo, Anastasiya.
He wants to give a checkmate.
On F8.
And then you cannot defend with queen h6, for
The
example.
problem is he's defending this
Wait,
very
so
unpleasant.
passively.
But now queen f6, right?
Yes.
Queen f6, queen h6, and there's a checkmate sighting on
Wow,
h7.
on h7,
I don't think you
great.
defend against that.
Oh,
What
yes.
has he done?
A5. No,
A5,
now
but
just
I
queen
can
h-
just simply play bishop.
Bishop
Ah.
D6?
Ooh,
Good
that's
move,
nice.
A5.
That
actually.
is total domination right now.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Queen
now we're
H6.
expecting Queen to H6?
Not so sure because you have queen h5.
Bravo.
Linear is defending so well. Cannot believe it.
Incredible defense by Linear.
Yes.
With no time as well.
No. Okay,
Right
same now for
By the
Ma-
way,
for
Fabiano is
Fabi.
also down to his
No
last
time.
10 seconds.
Really?
Yes.
10 seconds,
That
15
happened
seconds.
fast.
15 versus 15 seconds right now.
It's
Whoa.
completely unclear. Like queen h5 now. I don't know what's
Okay,
happening.
but White's pieces are dominating. That pawn on E4 is just playing this fantastic role.
But they have some resources, like bishop b4 sometimes, maybe. Give up this bishop and maybe.
Watch out for knight h5.
Also.
Alert. Blunder alert.
Keep moving
That's
with
a
the
royal
king.
fork.
Keep
King
going
F2.
with the king.
But look at White's complete domination on the dark squares.
It's so powerful.
This bishop is perfectly anchored. The queen on f6 is so powerful.
Keep going with the king, right? King e3.
King
yes.
E3.
Secure the king.
King
Wait.
d4. Now that we're here, we might as well defend our pawn.
Oh my gosh. Not easy still, yes? Domination,
6 seconds for
but try to
Fabiano. He
find-
needs to make a move.
Come on!
King d4. He listened to you.
1 second.
Bishop b7. 5 seconds for Fabiano. King. Ooh,
Oh,
and now it's
exchange.
made
Takes
of
and
queens.
takes a pawn.
Yeah, okay, it should be winning with those pawns, no?
For sure. For sure. Because he's also got, oh, I was about to say he has bishop c7, but he put his knight in the way of the bishop.
Knight d5. Don't trade those knights.
Knight e7, blunder alert.
But now king to
King
e3
c3?
and, or king to c3. You're losing either the b6 pawn or the bishop.
That was a good move. Knight takes b6, though. Knight takes b6, bishop takes e4, knight back to e4, and the c pawn makes a triumphant march. He's done it.
And what, go back?
He played c5 without playing knight. Knight d5 would have come with the tempo. Knight f6. I'm really stunned that he didn't put his knight on e7 so he could go c5.
The technical task is getting difficult right now.
No, it's still, well, it's extra pawns, right? King b4, bishop c6, knight a5.
Just
By
be
the way,
careful. Bishop
what
to
has-
d5 perhaps.
Has Wesley So won?
Wesley So drew his game against Levon.
Wow, that was a roller coaster. Okay, there goes pawn number 3.
And it's important not to play king b5 now.
Why not?
Bishop to d3 probably, and king d5 maybe in some way.
I see. That's a nasty
You don't need
pin.
to do it, yes. You just
Yeah.
bishop king b4.
Okay.
And
And now we
A4.
just get the pawn to a5.
3
pawn
pawns
to
should be-
a6.
yeah, winning.
Should be enough.
But
And that bishop on d6 is protecting absolutely everything, right? It's like
Bishop d6.
the bodyguard.
But,
Yes.
but perhaps black can give up all their pieces for, and we will see knight and bishop checkmate.
Oh.
You never know.
I don't think you have enough pieces to give it for all 3
Yes.
pawns.
I mean,
Right?
sometimes you can give for
Okay.
2.
a5.
Do we go a5? I think we should go a5.
I think a5. But then even
I don't
if
think
we
there's
get
any
our pawn to
blockade.
a6,
Yeah, a5.
then we can go bishop to b8. So we put our pawn on a6, and then we can go bishop to b8.
Wait a minute.
93 or what? Yes.
Wait a minute.
King.
Well, what has he done? Bishop c. Wait, whoa.
Aren't you losing a pawn right now?
He might be losing. And that
Bishop c7, king d7.
a5 might have been premature.
Things are getting murky.
As not so much time again.
There-
Knight
7 seconds.
d5,
6 seconds.
bishop f3.
Oh my goodness. There goes a pawn.
Oh no, he's
And this
blundered
might be a
his pawn.
blockade.
Oh my goodness!
Oh
Now we've
my
got
goodness.
good chances for a fortress.
This might
Especially
be
with
a
opposite
fortress.
color bishops.
Knight to come on, Lanier. You put your knight on c6, and nine out of 10 cases. Come
It's
on.
all about the time right now, guys. Bishop to f1, knight to f4, setting up this e6 move.
And where the bishop goes actually.
And
It's
now
6.
he's allowed the pawn to get to
I
e6.
don't know.
This might be
If he had put
problematic.
his knight back on c6, he could have played knight to d8.
Knight
Now
to
the king
d5
should
right
come
now.
now.
Go with the knight to f6, but
Well, knight c7 check, e7, not quite on the menu.
let's go knight c7 right now and then push the king
Yes.
To
I think
d8.
it's very good. Yes.
Where you want to put the king? All
to
the way to
c4
f6?
after that. So
Maybe
knight
knight-
c7,
knight
defending
c7,
pawn on
yes.
e6, and then just start moving with the king. You need to use your king right now.
Of course, absolutely.
But the problem is, what if I give you a check? Where do you go?
Ah, yes, anytime you go to...
Guys, this is not easy.
squares. Not, it's not
This
at
is
all.
actually not easy.
No.
Maybe now triangles.
Yes.
and-
Bravo.
Okay, king goes to f6 or what? Maybe, and then
Correct.
e7,
Have
yes?
corral
Yes.
on the king side.
The
I
only-
like that.
The only thing I see now is the king goes to... I think he wanted to go the other side, but then
Exactly.
he realized not so easy. Let's go to the king's side.
King e3.
Yes.
King e3. I like the bishop on
Knight e7 is a nice trick. If you take on e7, king takes e7 is probably a draw. Actually, it is a draw.
Okay.
So
if I
that's
go
a good
king
move
f4?
by Linear.
Is he threatening knight d5 check?
Yes,
7 seconds,
Absolutely.
6 seconds.
he
That
was
was a
definitely
good-
threatening that. And now bishop to h3.
No, no bishop h.
Okay.
So knight d5, same idea.
Okay.
Doesn't want any bishops
Don't
of opposite
trade.
color. But is bishop f5?
Bishop f5, knight d4.
Ah, thank you.
So there's
Still
no
knight
way to
d4.
defend that e6 pawn. I think he's probably going to get this done, guys. Once
Wow,
the
3
king
seconds
Oof,
with
that was
1
played with
second
1
on
second.
his clock.
Nerves of steel you need to
I
have to play
know.
this game.
Let's go, king g4.
Yeah, but you're
Knight
absolutely
f7.
right. You need great nerves at
Wait a minute,
these
but now I can
moments.
take on king f5. No, this is over. This is over.
Yeah, so right piece.
King e5, knight
word
f5,
change.
yes.
And that
Yes.
was enough. Whew. Once again, guys, the 80% ratio. And that game of Levon Wesley, I was getting all kinds of different. It was a win, it was a draw, it was a loss.
Everything, yes, happened.
Everything happened.
Real thriller.
Oh, this should be a win for black, right?
I think that was the critical moment, actually. If we take it all the way with the king on d3 and king on a3,
Yeah.
I think right now the move was rook to e3.
Rook to e3.
I believe so, yes.
And then
Isn't that a
king c2.
pretty one?
Or perhaps instead of rook to e5.
Wow. I like
Discover
it. Yes,
check.
nice.
Instead of rook to e5, actually. So rook to e5 allowed rook to b5. Once you take on b6, now I have to go rook to e3.
Rook to e3
e3
immediately.
now, yes.
Not easy to
To
spot.
push your king backwards, right?
Right? And then just escort the f
Push the pawn, yeah, yeah. So for example, if you take on, if you go rook to b5, then I can just simply push.
Oh,
That's the thing. Rook f5 is always going to be met
check.
with check. So you don't have time to get anywhere close to me. Now I can go king e4 though.
No, I think it was possible rook e4, rook f4 also. no?
Yes, yes.
Instead
exactly.
of f2.
Yeah,
Rook
exactly.
e4 check and rook f4.
Very nice, yes.
I remember that rooks, you have to put them behind. That's the only thing I remember about rook endings.
Your training, your
It's
training
working.
is paying off very, very nicely. But sum up this round for us, Christian. 4 decisive games.
Just a wild round, and let's take a look at the results right now.
Anastasiya, we have a tie.
We have a tie, exactly. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja are tied for the first place. Alireza, by winning this game, jumped on the first on tie.
Right.
And then we have Fabiano Caruana and Shahriar Mamedyarov with 3.5 points.
Very nice.
Followed by Levon Aronian, Hikaru Nakamura with 3 points. Wesley So, 2 points. Linear Dominguez, 1.5, and then we have Peter Svidler and Garry Kasparov at the end of the table, with 0.5 point for Peter and 0 points so far for Garry.
It's been a very, very tough event for Gary as he spent, guys, 5 minutes on move 0. I mean, he just he didn't have his first
Inexcusable.
move.
You cannot do that.
Yeah.
You cannot spend 25% of your time on move 1 before move 1. It's just incredible. You're not going to recover from that.
No.
So unfortunately, Gary is really struggling. But one player that is surging right now is Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru just won his first 2 games, and we know what happened in the Blitz section during the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. He can string these victories together and potentially get very, very close, within striking distance right now, to the top of the leaderboard. So definitely a player to watch.
And round 6 coming your way. Do we have pairings for that yet, Anastasiya?
I hope
Or-
so. We will speak about it. Otherwise, I can actually check them here.
Tell us,
So-
because right now we've been seeing the 2 top rivals play
Exactly.
against each other in round 4 and round 5. Just tell us. Oh, here it
Yeah,
comes.
we have them, yes. Great, thank you. So Wesley So plays against Garry Kasparov. Jan Nepomniachtchi will face Shahriar Mamedyarov, who actually has 3.5 points now.
2 players are doing very well.
Yes, and Linear Dominguez versus Alireza Firouzja.
Our surging golden boy.
Exactly, and Peter Svidler against Fabi. And we have Levon Aronian playing against Hikaru Nakamura.
Wonderful. And that's all coming up on the other side of this break.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of two unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We have current standings after round 5, and Yasser, we have co-leaders right now.
Absolutely. Anastasiya. You were going Method, and I was going Anastasiya. Jan and Alireza.
Absolutely, yes. Alireza actually managed to beat Jan in the previous round, and now he is tied for the first place. Fabiano Caruana tied for the third place together with Shahryar Mamedyarov with 3.5 points. And then we have Levon Aronian with Hikaru Nakamura. Both of them have 3 points.
Right.
Wesley So has 2. Dominguez has 1.5 points. Peter Svidler 0.5 point. And Garry Kasparov so far didn't manage to make...
On the scoreboard, no, not at all. And round 6 pairings, Anastasiya, set the table for us for our final round of the day.
Wesley So will play against Garry Kasparov. Jan Nepomniachtchi will face Shahryar Mamedyarov. Dominguez.
Matchup.
Yes, very important game, right?
Right.
For standings. And Dominguez will play against Alireza Firouzja.
Yep.
Peter Svidler faces Fabiano Caruana. Levon Aronian against Hikaru Nakamura.
That's going to be a big matchup. I'm really looking forward to the Jan versus Shat game, but also the Levon Fabi. As we see the golden boy with the golden shoes, the easy does it shoes. What can you say? He's winning everything, Cristian, including now the 960.
I mean, after this one, he's moving to St. Louis for sure. He's going to make this his base. This is going to be his favorite city for the rest of his life. I mean, he made enough money for a lifetime in 2 weeks. Are you kidding me? If he wins this one, he's going to go over $300,000 in 2 weeks. That's not bad.
That is fantastic. And by the way, it looks like they have a reveal. I wonder if we can't do it ourselves. Anastasiya, shuffle them up and tell me what position they're going to play.
Yes, let's check it. So we have position 852.
Okay.
Oh, again, queens are
On the corners.
On the corners, yes. A1 and A8 squares. So let's have a look. Bishops are on
Where are the
F1
weak
and G1.
squares?
Weak squares. So let's find them.
C2, D2. Only those guys. And Cristian, break down the position for us. What do you think the bad pieces are?
This is a difficult position, guys. The way I see it, both knights are actually in a very, very difficult situation, because if you look at the knight on H1, most likely the natural spot is to go to G3.
Absolutely.
But after that, how are you going to open up the bishop on G1? If you do go F3, I can see ideas of potentially black, for example, against knight to G3, playing moves such as F5 and then trying to go F4 and make it difficult for knight on G3 to find the right placement. Perhaps you want to be thinking about ideas of starting off with F3 instead of knight to G3 and potentially getting the knight to F2 and closer to the center via that square F2. That also allows you to open up the bishop on G1. Now, another question, big question in the position is what are you going to do with the knight on C1? So these are the 2 pieces that right now, to my eyes, look at the most uncomfortable in this starting position.
Problematic, as there we get a very, very good bird's eye view of these special pieces. They're made by the House of Staunton, designed by Frank Camerata. And I got to tell you, when you're there at the board, you're sitting behind these pieces, it feels like there's a work of art in front of you, and you want to create a masterpiece with these pieces. They're really, really beautiful. They're triple weighted. And as far as the Singfield Cup goes, you could bid on these pieces and own a piece of history as the players are getting underway. And your first impressions, why, Anastasiya, are there so many decisive games in the Fischer Random compared to, say, Rapid and Blitz?
Maybe because we don't have Berlin.
Okay, that's pretty good.
That's fair enough.
That could do it.
We avoided it, right? So.
That's number 1 on the list. What about your... No Berlins.
Yeah, how can you overcome the Berlin, of course.
Yes.
But I think Levon specified it in yesterday's interview it's so easy to get a winning position after like 3 moves with a, not necessarily winning, but a better position with the black pieces after 3 moves. So these positions are so imbalanced because the players they have 10 minutes to prepare for the game.
Right.
What are you going to do in 10 minutes? You're
Right.
going to scratch the surface, if that, right? So you're
Right.
not going to understand exactly what's happening on the board. And that's why we're seeing so many imbalanced positions and so many decisive advantages out of the opening. That's what leads to having so many decisive games.
And there the players are getting ready for this, our 6th and final round.
Does Levon have a normal shirt?
I don't think
Just
so.
white
Very
one.
curious about this.
I don't think so. Here he's sporting a kind of bifurcated look. I mean,
And actually, I'm thinking about Hikaru. Probably already in his mind, he's creating comments for today's recap in the evening. You know, already won 2
Right.
games, something to speak about, right? To talk
right.
today. So,
E4, E5, F3.
Three.
Not the King's Gambit that we're used to.
new version
A
of
new version, F3.
3, like a really modest King's Gambit.
Correct. Correct. You don't want to be too aggressive.
It
I
does
still
make
having
sense, right?
problem with my board. How is it going with yours?
My boards are updating, yes. So I don't have any
You-
comments with that.
Actually,
So Wesley,
prophylactical move, F3, because
In fact-
bishop C5 cannot come now.
F4 is a leading choice.
we have
of-
3 games that started with the same couple of moves.
I think
E4,
you know why.
E5, F3 in Aronian versus Hikaru. Dominguez also started with the same
Also?
setup, and Wesley against Gary started with the same setup as well. F3, F6, Knight G3, and right now is Gary's move in this position. Hopefully he's not going to be spending another 5 minutes on his first couple of moves. Definitely an intriguing situation. Peter has started off with a completely different approach. F4 at
Okay.
move 1. It does look a bit more aggressive, right?
Right.
You're trying to gain as much space as possible, potentially hinder Black's development with the move E5. This seems to be key in this position. I don't even know what to compare it with, some sort of a reverse Sicilian in position 287 or whatever the position that
Right.
we have on the board right now it is. It looks like a reverse Sicilian of some sort.
In my opinion, after move E4, E5, Black created the threat to play bishop C5. Maybe sometimes, I'm not sure.
Okay.
So maybe F3 was the
Yeah.
idea to actually protect against bishop C5.
So in the game of Lanier
Yes.
versus Firouzja, for example, E4, E5, what you said,
Yes.
and then the move F3
Yeah.
was to stop Black from playing bishop.
C5, maybe,
Bishop to
in
C5.
some situations.
Now, that's a great theory until you see the next move that Firouzja played.
Yes, 97, yes.
blocking the
The
bishop.
bishop.
But okay, look, I mean, it's obvious that White is pressing for the move D2, D4, and it makes a lot of sense that Black would want to put the knight on C6. By the way, castle
once again,
and play
once you put the
D5.
Once you put the knight on C6, how do you get the queen out? The queen on A8, because I do feel like you want to castle long, right? So put the king on C8 and
Right.
D8. It's a very short castle, but
Well,
the long castle.
Let me put one move on the board for just a second, because this is actually
You're
kind
going
of
to start
funny.
immediately with D4, yeah?
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Castles. Takes.
Now
Okay.
D5, maybe?
Knight G6. How are you going to defend?
Knight D3.
D3.
Knight D3. Knight C6.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to do this, though.
How are you going to
F4.
defend?
Let's continue with F4. And
Don't
there's a lot of
forget.
compensation. I can see that.
Don't forget, there is the
But what if I take now? Wait a minute. I take on D6.
bishop takes.
And now, how do I defend this pawn on F4? I guess let's try it with G3.
Wow. I can't for the moment see exactly how I'm supposed to exploit.
And I'm castling
This.
next move. if
Yes,
allow
you
me.
are.
But you do have bishop to B4, so maybe this is still not over. You still
It's a
have some compensation. for
little
sure.
annoying tickle there that
Yeah,
you have to deal with.
C3.
But you make a
maybe.
very good point. Once you've castle,
The queen is in trouble.
You
yes.
don't want to play B6 to allow
Mm-hmm.
bishop on F1 to A6, and the bishop actually controls A7. So That's not.
By the
way, we do have
can
castles.
we confirm that after castle, Lanier played king c1 and didn't castle? Perhaps we can see the
No,
bird's eye.
really? Knight e7, knight here,
No, he castled.
castle,
He castled. Okay.
and castle.
So
But there was a king on c1.
There was a king on c1.
But
or
because the
didn't.
queen is on a1, you kind of think, hey, wait a minute, like, did he play king? Because the rook is not on a1. Castles, as both players prep for d5 as well as d4. Now, having the extra half ply, shouldn't it be better for white?
It should be, yes, absolutely. Just go d4 and play that position with an extra ply. But we've seen a very similar scenario in the game between Aronian and Wesley So in the last game. And actually Aronian, with the black pieces, managed to equalize. And not only that, he got the advantage out of the opening. So it's dangerous to mirror things like this. Right?
Yes. And Gary, he's off the starting blocks. At least he didn't
He played
take
a few moves.
yes, e4, e5, f3, f6,
F6.
knight g3. And Gary said, you know what? I'm much more concerned about d3, d2, d4 than anything. Let me stop that right away with the move c5, c3, and we've caught up with the players. They haven't made that many moves, Anastasiya.
Now, Wesley is thinking.
Wesley just played the move c3, so Gary's thinking maybe d5.
Maybe d5. It's nice to have the bishop on g8 when you play move c5 and e5.
Exactly,
Nice.
because
Then you still have d5.
the outpost that you're creating for your opponent is defended at once. And let's just go around and see what's happening. Lanier versus Firouzja, so d5, and we're anticipating that Lanier will want to play d4 himself. Oops, excuse me, this is Levon. Something similar. Hikaru
What about
went
Hikaru?
the same
The same,
direction as
yes?
Gary with a c5 and e5, and then another one of our co-leaders. This is the game between Nepo and Shaq. Okay, Shaq says, I want to bring my queen out on the diagonal. Let's see how they did this. This is a little bit funny. f4. So Nepo was the one who went d4 and f4. And controlling the e4 square for the moment.
And this is the first time actually that I'm not seeing Nepo dominating on the clock. He's actually down 2 minutes, 16 minutes against 18. Perhaps that last round defeat sapped into his confidence a bit.
Yeah, actually, Shahryar is in a good shape suddenly, right? I
Right.
mean, he didn't have really great events
No.
in St. Louis, and this is the first
No.
event when he actually found finally his way. Yes, I
Yes.
think he's also enjoying this type of chess. We know him as a very creative player, a very attacking player. So far so good for Shah, but I think it's a very important game for him as well.
Absolutely. I mean, for the tournament standings, Shaq is just a half a point behind the two tournament co-leaders, Ali Reza and Nepo.
I like this move, bishop to g2, immediately setting up to take advantage of the fact that you play the move b6, opening up the battery on the long diagonal towards your queen. So now e4, as you are pointing out, Yasser, on your board, becomes a real threat in the position.
I would probably want to lock it down either with the move knight e4 or maybe with the move f5. In
Yeah.
both
Right.
cases, I don't like facing e4.
No.
I think that with the rook already in prime position, I would really want to stop e4. And
The problem with f5 is I feel your knight on g6 is very badly played placed.
Bishop
At the
is
same
also
time,
not so good on g8.
it's a closed position
Yes.
and you have enough time to potentially reroute
to maneuver.
that knight. e5, whoa.
e5.
Okay, that is definitely a different approach altogether.
Shahryar's approach.
Yes.
What do we think about this move, guys?
First, let's check what if we take.
Yeah, I think it's just it feels like it should be dangerous because
Whoa. Are we seeing take and e4? Was that the move?
Oops.
Whoa.
what?
e4.
These guys are
E4.
going at each other, guys, right now.
Oh, e4.
They're not shying away for sure.
Okay, so for me, the move d4 takes e5 as opposed to f4 takes e5 is a clear indication that I am ready to castle queenside and take advantage of this potential pin as well as a potential pin along the e file. I would be worried in black shoes. You do have castles though yourself.
What about take on e5, on e4, maybe knight e4, and then I don't know. You cannot do castling actually, knight d6 then.
Check.
Yes, because now this bishop is pinned, right? Knight cannot move. I mean, can't move, but then queen g2 might come.
From the original position?
No. In this position.
Oh,
yes.
sorry.
Yes.
So e5.
Yes. Take. E4. Maybe we're allowed to take once. Knight takes e4, and then knight takes e4, and then black cannot do castling because knight d6, right?
And that's
Which
a
is
check.
funny. Yes, it's a check.
With discovery on your queen.
Yes,
Got it.
So we cannot do it, but
No.
white is not threatening to take maybe on d6.
Perhaps bishop d5 is
Maybe.
a nice move
something
here.
like that. Yes, bishop d5.
Bishop comes out.
And the problem is, the problem that I'm seeing right now is that if you do go knight takes d6, I
Bishop
think
takes.
I can stop you from castling. No, I think I have bishop f3 first.
Bishop f3, nice.
Ooh.
Intermediate move.
And
yes.
there's no more castling, right?
Zwischenzug.
You can take, but then if you put the rook on e2, then still you cannot castle because the rook on e2 is going to be under threat.
That looks nice.
Do you know that Zwischenzug and Zugzwang are the two words that our producer knows in chess?
Ah, really?
Yes. Tom is, it's self-mastery, we call it. Zwischenzug. Yes. Bishop
Good job.
f3, a good Zwischenzug there.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
So,
Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this one. Where is the action?
Well, Gary is the action in this
Always.
game because he's pushing his pawns and he's going for it right now. He knows that he has
Wow.
absolutely nothing to lose.
I believe in push 'em, baby, but
Let's go
I
for
thought it was push 'em in the ending, not push 'em in the opening.
Push him in the opening, guys.
He hasn't moved any pieces.
Not
He
yet.
hasn't moved one piece of.
Well, to be frank,
What about
White
bishop
only
before?
moved his queen a couple of times and the knight on g3, so it's not such a
No,
big
White
difference.
has. I'm talking about Gary.
Right, but there's not much of a difference, right? White didn't do as much either with any of his pieces. Just the knight on g3, shuffle the queen around a little bit. But
Okay.
yeah, let's try to be positive. Yes. I got it.
I'm
it
trying.
is
I'm
my
trying.
move. It is my move right now. So
Okay, Gary, what should
Yes.
Gary be doing, Christian? You seem to have a handle on this Fischer random stuff.
I like the position. Let's go knight g6, right? Let's
Knight g6.
let's develop the pieces.
Let's develop the pieces.
You guys were talking so much about development. Let's develop the pieces.
We show our
Yes.
our class, our culture, our
We never forget about
sophistication.
principles in the opening. No.
No, we are people of great principles.
Great culture.
And if you don't like them, we have others.
Check this move out.
I did like Bishop b4.
That's
I
a
mentioned
nice
that,
move.
Yes.
a moment ago. Means we're not castling kingside.
And in fact, we were saying that black is moving only his pawns, but he was creating threats with those moves. A5 had a clear threat, bishop to b4, right? You cannot allow that, so you have to lose some tempis yourself with queen c2. Now, bishop to b4, suddenly you have to spend another tempi to defend the rook on e1. So
Right.
it does seem like black, Gary that is catching up. And also he has so much extra space on the queen side, given by that thorn in white's position, the pawn on c4.
And so much time, by the way, yes?
Yes.
I think first time today we see
So
him.
he's playing
close.
quickly.
They're close.
Yes, great.
Okay, but now with this, I'm anticipating rook e3. We can see that Wesley will be looking at developing his knight, knight e2, knight f5. His king is going to be an issue. I can see that we might have to play a2, a3 to. What am I talking about?
Oh,
You can't
F3.
castle
Ah.
kingside. Then
Yes,
we've already moved
because-
our rook. What are we talking about? No.
Oh,
Yes, you are right.
guys,
Yes.
Nepo missed it.
What?
Nepo missed this bishop f3 move.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
Show what happened.
Well, now he's in trouble.
Ah, so this is what happened.
After bishop to f3, he's in
Bishop
trouble.
f3.
Yeah. This
The
is
move
the
you
position
showed.
we currently have on the board. The engine is saying black is completely dominating right now. Let's take a look at the camera and see his reaction, because I'm pretty sure he missed this critical move, bishop to f3.
Zug. He doesn't look happy.
No.
But he,
So king went to d2, but now you have to spend yet another tempo on getting out of this attack on the bishop on g.
By the way, this move, bishop f3, does have the benefit, at least, of stopping queenside castles, but
Yes.
can't black still play?
short.
You can
castle.
still go short castle.
Yes,
Yeah.
probably they.
Oh, wait a minute. This
can.
king is just terrible on d. Is that a Peshki?
Yes.
You
That's
can
a
take
very
for
good
sure.
pawn. Any rook trade, king takes and king f8, I'll be safe. And I'll be
I
a
think
pawn
he's
to the
going
good.
for it. I think he's going for
This
it.
queen is also
No,
on
e4
a1.
he played.
E5, E4.
E4, yes,
Okay.
also interesting move, because queen d5 is coming. Look
Queen
at this.
D5.
So b6 was actually what a move, you
What
know,
a move.
to make sure that queen is coming out.
Wow, after his scorching 4-0 start, Nepo had a hiccup in the previous round
And I think
against
he's going to have
Alireza,
another one right
and
now.
he may be suffering a second successive
Did
defeat.
he just play b4?
What?
Here we go. I mean,
Sometimes you
I-
got to
I
be
think
a
he
little
just played
coffee
B4.
house.
yes,
Did he
this
play
is
B4?
the only thing I know. Coffee house. Yes.
Did he? Really?
Yes.
I saw the movement of the hand. I think he played b4.
Okay, I didn't see.
There's no way he played c4. a4 doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yes.
b4
So
is
probably
the
the
only move.
idea is to take on g7 after rook
Exactly.
e8 and bring the pieces into the game.
Well,
Maybe
that's a
it's
checkmating threat.
Let me
Queen
just
d7, right?
refresh. No, we don't have B4 on the board.
Maybe we can see the bird's eye view
For a
of
second.
that game. That's going to help us. Yeah,
You're right.
There's a pawn on b4, guys.
what a move, you know. Somebody threatens you knight, and you say, "Ah, it's okay. You
Come
can
on,
take it." Yes,
let's
before.
go. I'm expecting castles. I just don't want to see queen takes G7 land on my doorstep.
Rook e7 was his decision.
So
What?
he
Just to
didn't take the
defend.
knight. Rook
I think
e7.
Rook
G7.
E7. He
Rook
could have
E7.
castled.
Maybe he
He could have
forgot about
castled
it.
kingside.
Really easy to forget about it.
But wait a minute, guys.
What?
Go back to the castle.
First of all,
Go back to the
let's
castle.
see what's going on with if I take the knight.
Bishop to e6 now.
Yes.
Oh.
And then followed by bishop to d4. You have to be careful.
Ah.
You might be getting yourself in trouble on the long diagonal.
Shaq.
Thank you for explanation.
Yes. So Shaq
This b4
recognizing
has
the
some venom to it. I have to
Wow.
say, I like this move b4.
B4 and Rook E7 on the board.
I believe we have, whoa, knight c5?
I think we cannot find any move in this position.
Wait a minute, what is that?
We can't guess.
Predict anything.
No, but this cannot be a good move.
If
What
we
I
were
just
playing
take?
predict a move, we'd be in deep trouble. How
Yes.
about Queen D5 check?
Sure. Queen d5 or take on c5 and then queen d5.
Well, I have an idea. The idea.
So I go king c1, I think is the only move.
Oh, okay. Yeah. King to C1.
And then what? We take the knight?
We take the knight, we take the pawn.
But
The
rook
bishop
e1.
is trapped. The rook is hanging.
And there's a checkmate on b8.
Yes,
I have
that's
to worry about
one
that.
bad news. We have some news.
And it's
Yes,
bad news.
yes, and it's
Okay,
bad
so I
news.
don't take on c5. That knight on c5 is actually complete garbage. It's not doing anything.
What? How dare you?
Yes, yes, I said it.
I mean, I'm the high priest of material and garbage.
I said it. All right, what if I take on f4? Let's try for some aggressive stuff. What if I take on f4?
Knight.
Knight f.
Oh, knight takes f4
Knight
was
takes
played.
f4 without the queen check, by the way.
But why? Is that a better version?
Maybe the king
I
cannot
was
run
a-
away.
I was a little bit
Maybe.
worried about knight e6, so knight f4.
So this is the variation I'm seeing right now. You take, I take.
Yes, king c3, bishop e5.
I think you're forced to go. No, there's no way
Just
that
to
king
show-
is going
no,
to
just to
survive
show
in
that.
d4.
Yes, you
Why?
cannot do it.
Why? I have bishop d4.
Ah.
Let's just put that on the board because
Mm-hmm.
our best most centralized piece.
Oh, come on. Don't say it. No, don't say it.
I mean,
don't say it.
perfectly happy in the middle of the board.
This is
If
what
you're not getting checkmated, it's a miracle.
I'm just glad it's not me. He took the
So
knight.
let's go queen d5 first. in
He
that
took the
case.
knight.
I'm going to start with queen d5.
Queen d5 check.
Where do you put the king?
Well, here you're kind of giving me interesting choices, including both bishop d4 and queen d4.
Yeah, you have queen d4. I don't like that.
Um,
Actually, no, because queen d4 I take on f4. And I think that's game
Yes,
over.
and
That's a
actually
check.
king c3, bishop
is game
e5.
over.
Yes.
That is nice.
Yes.
That is very
And
nice.
knight, bishop e3, queen takes d4. Just
Correct.
so like queen d4
Correct.
now, bishop f4. If let's show maybe this one like
Yes.
queen d4 now, bishop goes to f4, bishop e3.
Yep,
You think you defended, but queen d4.
that's embarrassing.
Yes.
I have
protected.
to go to c3, but you are already
Yes.
told the answer.
When I see the king out,
Um,
hunting time.
My
Hunting time. I like that.
wow, wow, wow.
You
I
try
mean,
to-
we've got a danger person in the in studio
It's
here.
hunting time.
Hunting time. Wow. Bishop takes f4. I'm gonna have to play bishop e3.
Wait, why not king c3? I mean, we still haven't figured it out, right?
I
With
was
your king on d4. I mean, I get it. It looks funny, but
you want to find the hunt.
I still don't see the checkmate. Yeah.
That
Yes.
is a point.
By the way, he took on c5,
He took on c5.
just like that, which is a bit of a strange decision.
If you'll forgive me, I can't guess any of the players' moves.
No, that's
the
what-
last 4 or 5 moves have been
It was too
mystery.
creative, huh?
Yeah, mystery.
Too creative.
Such
too
a crazy
creative.
position.
That's
Can
why
I
I
play
love these
bishop
players.
takes? No, no. Bishop takes f4 check. This is terrible.
Okay, so what if I take with the pawn again? Show me the mate. Where's the mate?
Show.
Because now you gave me one extra option. If you do start with queen d5,
Yes.
I do have the move queen to d4 now. And
What's
if
the
you take on f4,
difference?
I go king c3, and then you still have to contend with the checkmate. So you cannot do that. You don't have time for bishop e5.
Yeah.
What an interesting difference, right? Maybe he
Makes
could
a
miss. He could miss
huge
it.
difference.
Well, I think white is winning at that point.
So b takes c5. Maybe black is forced to play bishop takes.
So let's start with that one.
Bishop takes, yes.
And we do believe that king to c3 is the only move, right?
Well, bishop e3
Bishop e3, queen d5.
and king c1.
And then it works.
King c1, bishop takes e3, and queen
Yes.
d1, and I
Queen
think
d1,
that's
That's
yes.
mate.
Yes. Okay, that's mate. Yes. Nice, actually. Queen d5, king c1.
Check. And
Cute.
thanks to this rook controlling the b2 square, that's an uninvited intruder.
Actually, it's like mutual threat, right, from both sides because of
Exactly.
this bishop on h3.
There's a checkmate on b8
Yes.
and there's a checkmate on d1.
But you still have king c3, so let's keep going.
So king c3.
Take on f4, and now
Oops.
king c3.
Take on
First,
f4,
we'll
yeah.
take on f4.
Not bishop e3, that's losing.
That's the losing move.
And by the way, guys, if Shaq wins this one and b takes c5 is on the board, we might be going into this variation. If he wins this, he will have a perfect date, 3 out of 3.
3 out of 3. You told me that Hikaru is surging as well.
Yes, he
If
has 2 out of 2.
2 out of 2. So,
And Hikaru is better in his game against Levon, so this is a
Big
hotly
time.
contested race right now, I have to say.
wow. Let's leave this one alone and let's take a look at Hikaru's position.
Ah, actually, he's about to make a move.
Do we really want to leave that?
No,
It's such a
I
nice
just,
position.
it just kind of stopped for a moment there, and
It-
I'm
it
just.
did, it did.
Firouzja Lanier is quite the mess. Gary Wesley
A
still
mess.
quite. the
Everything
mess.
is a mess. All the
And
games are
we
actually
do
a mess.
have bishop takes and king c3 on the board. Guess what? That king's going to end up on d4, Anastasiya. And we're going to explain to you why leading with your king is not a good idea.
I have an idea, guys.
Uh-oh.
What if I start with e3?
E3 here.
E2, E4, E3.
It has some sense, of course, because you
No more
close
bishop
this
D4.
bishop. Yes.
Wow.
So many threats now.
Right. The first move, the instant first move, I don't know why, was rook check, right?
And I don't think I take that.
Exactly.
I think I go king e8.
You probably just sidestep, and I was going to try to block, but I don't like it. You've got bishop here.
D5.
Yeah, I was thinking of something as mundane as this, but
But I don't have to take that rook. I can go queen d5 first.
precisely.
That's what I'm worried about.
Oh, yes. I like the move E4, E3. I was just, I'm kind of a bit surprised, in fact, that bishop E5, bishop D4, there's not a clear win here. Do we really believe that?
Shaq is just about to make a move. So.
Yeah, the only thing which I was thinking also, like, if we move the rook from e7, then we will never be threatened checkmate, all these ideas. So maybe it's at one point.
But now
Or how about
do
this? How about this as
but now I take, right? You want to take on b1 first.
because again, this
C6?
bishop and this queen
No, but I go c6.
versus this bishop and this queen.
Yeah, I go c6. You cannot take with the queen,
Yes,
and
we
if you take
cannot.
with the bishop, then you lose so many tempis.
So what about rook e4 first?
That's
Yes, maybe.
okay. My king is on c5, perfectly safe.
No.
Perfectly safe. Come on, guys.
Defending c6
Defending
pawn.
and attacking.
No, come on.
No
Let's believe it.
way.
It's equal. Rook e5, king d4, rook e4, and we're going to have to sign the score sheets. It's going to be a draw.
Nobody believes you. I think that king is going to get mated right in the middle of the board. How about that?
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Beautiful.
But what if I go check?
Check.
Even at the end.
King c5, king here,
Check on b8,
Take.
and then check on b4.
and
I'm telling.
And by the way, one of our co-leaders, Alireza, is doing great
His winning handling
against
Lanier.
Lanier.
Yes.
Wow. How's this for a stat? The
Yeah.
only undefeated player
Oh,
in
yes.
the tournament?
Yes, Firouzja. I mean, the only one
Firouzja.
who made only 2 draws, and
Only
he won
2.
all the rest of the games.
This kid is good.
You were saying, Anastasia, that you had just looked up the history, and that in fact Alireza had played in one of the online 960 events.
Yes. He said that he has never played actually in the tournaments in St. Louis, but he actually played once, and probably he wanted to forget about this event because he came last. He was
see.
lost, but it was an online event. The one which Cristian was mentioning today at the very start.
Yep.
He played in 2020 in Fischer Random,
Okay.
and the one which Magnus won together with Hikaru, and he was lost.
Last.
Yes.
So from the lowliest to the holiest.
Yes, but it was 2020 and 2 years actually passed
What
at
kind
that
of
moment.
progress he has made. I'm going back to the game of Nepo and Shakriar for a moment because guess what? Shaq liked your choice very much.
The only
Christian,
move, the only
E4,
move we
E3.
found, Christian found.
They say the blind chicken can find the corn.
What? What? What are you?
Deep,
Yasser.
deep,
Oh, my
soulful
goodness.
expressions.
Yes. Probably you meant me,
E3
but
is
okay.
completely shattering. Guys, E3 is over. This is
E3 is it's
Finished.
done.
It's over. Game over. He can resign.
Ooh.
Let's move on to the next one.
Nepo, successive defeats after his 4-0 start. Let's
He
go
has
back
no
to-
tricks in the position. That king is getting checkmated, or you're losing a lot of material. Absolutely no tricks.
Nah.
Let's take a look at Nakamura, guys, because
Okay.
he's the other player that potentially could be going 3 out of 3.
3 out of
this one.
3. And we just saw a queen check. Let's just go back here for a moment. Takes, check. Let's trade queens, but on my terms.
Absolutely, yeah. So,
Are we satisfied with that? Can we do better than trading queens? King b7.
perhaps,
just
no,
see it?
king b7, queen b6. Do you really want to allow me to get that deep into your position?
It's just like one of those very funny things. There is a standing mate
But I do have knight to a5, right?
to block the file.
I get it. You get rook a7, but then I go b4 first.
That's crazy, but then your
Absolutely
queen's trapped, dude.
Oh my goodness. It is trapped.
Yes.
That is so sad. That is actually very sad.
Invitation, yes, queen b6.
But
yes.
he didn't. Hikaru didn't spend too long. He just took the queens off the board right away, did Hikaru? Queen takes, knight takes, and I'm assuming we just like this position for white.
Maybe c4.
Two
right?
bishops, yes, and the ending is
Whoa, whoa,
really
whoa,
nice.
whoa. What do you mean? I'm kind of happy here, aren't I? If I don't
Okay,
get mated
but
down
what-
the A file,
What about your move? Yes, rook to a8.
that's
idea of
kind of
just
the scary
Going for
one,
the
right?
mate.
I have to play B4.
Only move. And now, I'm not sure I take it. No, but that's the thing. I don't think I take it. I
Knight
think I want
b3
to
or-
go c4 now.
Okay, this is a bit of a relief, though.
That's okay.
Unless I get mated again. I mean, I could be just getting mated. He did, by the way, take on B4. I mean, Hikaru didn't spend too much time on C4. Strangely enough, I think he should have given that consideration, because check might spoil
His plans.
his plans. No,
Ah.
Levon played bishop D3, not even a check. Wow, I would have checked for sure, hoping that I could grab this pawn on B5. Levon immediately threatens the shish kebab.
He wants to eat a
He
little
wants
bit.
to eat the rook.
Bishop before. And also h7 pawn sometimes.
Yes. Time.
Time. What's going on
Time.
with our time? If you can show us.
6 minutes and 43 seconds for Hikaru, 6 minutes and 30 seconds for Levon. So very close.
Very close.
In fact, identical right now.
Wow.
But I think this is going to be an endgame. Let's go
Sure.
back to that Nepo game, just because I have a feeling we're going to see a resignation.
Already.
I mean, after e3,
The move E3. We did see a rook D1 check, but not the rook on B1. It was actually the rook on E1 that gave a check. King E8, rook takes on B8.
and now a rook to
Queen
d4,
takes.
the same move that you recommended, Yasser.
But I was recommending it with a rook still on E1 and a rook still on B8. I got a feeling that this is a worse version.
Even e2 right now.
Yes, that's
is
what I'm
starting to
thinking.
look
What about
really
e2?
nice, right?
e1.
Wait, so what if you go
Yes, F2.
e2? Check this out. What do
Yeah.
you do?
I don't know, bishop f2.
You have bishop f2.
Bishop f2.
No, but
maybe.
bishop f2, rook to e3 maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
Bishop F2, rook
Like
to
E1 is a
E3.
threat.
That is...
Oh, sorry. No. e1 check. No. E1 check.
first.
And then rook to e3.
It's too deep. Too deep.
I
Very
think that
deep.
finishes the game.
Because the idea is the moment I drop my rook off
Yes.
of this diagonal, oops,
Here we go. But, yes.
we're back to losing our queen. E3, E2 looks like one of those variations where I have to calculate tactics.
And my idea was that if you do go after e2, queen to e1, and try to block it like this,
Yes.
now I go bishop to c1.
With queen b2 or what, I don't know, bishop b2.
I'm just trying to have some fun here.
It's clear. you do.
That's all. I'm just trying to have
At
some fun.
Nepo's expense, to be sure. That is...
They're not my pieces. So.
Yes, exactly.
Rook b4, I take on b4, and bishop to d2, and I go into the endgame. That was my idea.
Also.
And yes, e1.
But probably this endgame is like the best Nepo can get in
Right.
this position. So let's try to find something better.
So
He
we
played
do
C6,
have
by the way.
on the board rook
What he
d4.
played?
c6.
C7, C6. He just says, okay, look, you're attacking my bishop.
I defended.
I defend
Yes.
my bishop. I also prepare ideas of e2 and queen. I mean,
Yeah.
White keeps all the pluses as
Yes.
far as I can tell with this move. He gives nothing in return. This is a very strong move.
Yeah, and really great position for Shahryar. I hope computer also likes it.
I think e2 was
The best?
winning, but I think that c7, c6
C6 is
doesn't
actually the
spoil
best move.
anything.
The best move.
The
yeah.
best move,
Yeah, the
yes.
best move in the position.
Because it just, I mean, if the best move is king d3, and I can now play e2 and keep my bishop defended, wow.
Yes.
That is just so...
And it has the same idea, right? After
Exactly.
e2, bishop f2 unfortunately doesn't work because of e1 queen and then rook to e3.
Isn't there this, though, in this position? Like, and rook e3? And just feeling
Yes.
that I'm
If you
just...
go rook d2 or king d2,
You probably have to go king d2, but
it's not the best.
oh my goodness, this looks devastating.
Painful. Many, I mean...
By the way, queen b5 was played, queen to b4, threatening queen to d2 checkmate in one move.
By the way, queen b5 on the board, check,
Yes.
only move, b4, and
Oh,
as...
Shaq is just enjoying himself right now. Shaq is really just enjoying himself right now.
Oh, what a game to win. Huh?
Oh.
Look at him, come
Yeah,
on.
come on, come on, dinner is coming, you know.
And actually, they can even, just finish the game and go together for dinner. I mean,
Right.
it also can happen.
Oh, king c2?
Yeah, okay.
Do we have king c2 on
King
the board?
c2 is on the board.
Yes, we
right?
do.
Yes.
Okay, finally maybe time to go e2, right?
King c2. This queen was on a1 at the start.
Yes. Never
I just want to point out the obvious. This queen has not moved the whole game. You can't play a game of chess a queen down. I mean, it just doesn't work very well.
So I don't know, e2 now.
You know,
Anything.
if I'm going to play c6 defending the bishop, I'm going to play
G5.
g5 defending
on,
the bishop.
Yasser.
No, come on,
No,
e2
no,
now.
no.
No?
E2.
E2, okay.
Look,
Rook f4.
he gave up his bishop. How dare he?
Yes. No.
You're in that. Oh.
Look at Nepo, he's laughing
Did you see
also.
that hand gesture by Shaq? He doesn't have a queen.
He doesn't have a black queen.
No, he does. He does.
He does.
It's ready.
Because these sets, by the way, do come with an extra queen, an extra white queen, and an extra
No, but
black
look
queen.
at this. I mean,
That was
Shaq is not
kind of a
doing the
gesture
move,
like,
yes?
are you really still playing?
Yes.
Right? Is there another crunching move
No,
beside
come on,
E2?
just get the
Actually,
second.
I have a question. If you take the queen, at this moment you're... Yes.
Yes.
So now he does.
Knight.
Ah, knight. He put the knight. No.
Nice.
Okay, that's fine.
Nice.
Really nice.
That's a nice.
Oh, what a finish. The under promotion tactic.
Yes, it's cool.
Look at this. There's this nasty check. No, wait a minute. That's not. Yes, it is. It is the checkmate.
Yes.
I wanted to show this one. Sorry.
But that means Nepo, well, I mean, right now he's succumbed twice in a row.
Yes.
He's in trouble.
He's in trouble. But what about Firouzja, his co-leader?
That one doesn't feel as clear anymore to me.
Firouzja
I think he was
again
doing much
tied
better
for the lead
a
coming
few
into this
moves
round.
before.
6. And is he nursing an extra pawn? He was. It's gone.
Not anymore.
Yeah. But he's got an idea. He's got ideas of b5 and b4 check, followed by rook takes b2.
But is that enough? I mean, the bishop, I understand, is very strong. Strong piece in the endgame. But
Right.
what if I just go rook to d5 followed by knight to e4?
Rook to a5.
He played rook a5. Yeah.
That's nice. I like that move because if we could
Still
look
b5?
at b5.
Oh, if you take, I have a3.
Oh, what a
That's a nice tactic by
what a
Aronian.
cheapo. And if that pawn gets to a2, people are going to ask.
Oh, but that's
Actually,
Magic?
easy to miss, right?
But
What
this is
a-
problematic, guys, because now
What a
knight e4 is
magic.
going to be met by bishop to e5. You have
Bishop
a
E5
double
check.
threat. b4 is one threat. Bishop e5 is another one. How do you defend against that?
Okay,
F4?
I got it right. I'm with you
No, I think-
100%, Anastasiya. F4. You can go check.
No, but you know what the problem is?
What?
I can go a3.
What?
a3, followed by
A3?
b4.
So?
Let's see.
And that's going to create a
because you cannot
very
take
unpleasant
bishop
pass
before.
pawn, right?
Yes.
I take on a3.
Well,
Yes.
then I go and
Bishop to b4, I don't think you're going to be able to stop me. I have a feeling you're
this
going
pawn.
to lose this
Yeah,
You're
this
right.
pawn
This
is
pawn
really
is
strong.
really, really, really dangerous.
his machine, you know, Firouzja just simply calculated all
But
this.
that
Probably.
b5 was
Yes.
a real, because when you play the move rook a5, you think that white,
Yes.
just exactly at this moment, you think that this move has solved the problems. I'm going to take this pawn, my king will be safe, and I'll follow it up with a rook check. b5 is really a game changer.
It's a very unpleasant surprise. Like, you don't play rook a5 if you see b5, right? So it's,
Right.
like, he missed it for sure.
For sure, because you've got two threats, bishop e5 check, as well as b4 check. And what is the times, Anastasiya?
Yes, what about time? I think it's already, everybody's should be on time pressure right now, yes?
Everybody.
Yes. Let's have a close look, because I can see from
I
here.
think I'm seeing three
Yes,
and a
versus-
half minutes for Lanier, but
Guys, I
don't know
have
if that-
bad news for once again all the Gary fans out there.
Oh no,
It does seem like he's in trouble once again.
Wesley. So well, Wesley's got the central pawn duel. When we left, that was happening, but we left it at bishop b4. I'm going to go quickly
Yes,
through what
it's-
happened.
Actually, 2.5 minutes against 1.5 minutes for Gary.
And knight takes g7. Ooh, knight takes g7 came with perfect timing.
Gary,
Big exchange sacrifice by Wesley, but his king is very, very safe. Well, actually, that's not completely true. There is ideas of rook coming
C3.
down.
Whoa.
C3.
I like this move, actually. Like,
Me
And what
too.
if I go knight d3? I mean, I protect everything right now. Rook to b2 is not coming, and you finally activated my knight.
That knight on c1 was bothering no one. Now it's on. I'm a little bit worried about
Oof.
Gary's position. d5.
And
On
only
tap.
40 seconds for Gary to find a way out. I mean,
don't forget-
d5 is devastating.
Queen f8. If I go
I
d5, the knight on e6 can't move.
No, d5 you have to sacrifice a rook. You have to sacrifice a full rook after d5.
But wait, I've got queen takes a5 and
That's
variations.
pretty much
too.
game over. Yeah. Yeah.
And there we see Gary.
Rook
Rook
B3.
b3.
Excuse me, what?
oh.
There's a bishop lurking.
Yes, so if queen takes knight d4, if...
But okay,
Takes
what if I
yellow.
just?
How much material are we losing for the queen?
But what if I just take the easy way out? What if I go queen takes a5? Isn't that enough? I mean,
Just to take the
Queen?
pawn.
just queen
come
takes
on.
a5.
So I give you a rook and you take a pawn.
Exactly. I'm not even looking at
The
you.
training is
Yes.
working. I
Oh,
mean.
that's what he did, yes.
Yes.
Wesley.
But this is
Wesley.
a hopeless
Decided
endgame.
not to check.
This looks like a hopeless endgame.
Yes, I mean, now also rook a8 is a threat.
You have to go rook b8, and then
Yes.
d5 is coming. Ooh.
Okay, if you need to play rook b8, it's not good.
That's absolutely right. What a pawn structure. What?
Knight
c7.
c7, protecting against the rook a8.
There's
I
still a
keep
bishop on
forgetting about
g8.
this lurking
Yes.
bishop.
Yes.
But I think d5.
But also knight c5, guys.
Knight
c5 is
c5.
Isn't that
Oof,
over?
oof,
Okay, rook
oof.
b2, but maybe
Rook b2 I
rook b2
take,
still.
you take on g2, I take
G2.
on d7. I don't think
Yes.
that's enough.
Well, I
But
can
at
take on
least
g2.
something, yes.
I'm most worried about d5 myself.
Mm-hmm.
I think d5. If you take with the knight, I've got rook check. If you take with the bishop, I can take.
You want
it.
to preserve control
Yes.
in the
Yeah.
position.
Yes.
Understand.
I like d5. Yeah, that's a very safe move.
Still, let's check knight c5 just for fun.
Knight c5.
Yes,
Okay,
rook
let's check.
b2. Yes, because he's for sure he's checking this too. If it's winning, then it's just winning, right?
Right. So
Knight
you
d7.
can take my rook. I was planning on taking your bishop, but I see what
maybe-
you're.
Yes, then knight f6. So maybe first I have to take the knight.
Oops. Right back here,
Yes.
Anastasia.
Yes,
He's
so
done
this
knight
is
c5.
actually what you know. Wesley, when he sees until the end the winning line, normally he can go for it. So now what? Takes
Oh.
the knight. Yes, exactly. And then now what? Bishop e3.
Probably bishop e3.
So like rook h2 maybe. I don't know.
Also rook to a1, even though that rook a1 seems a bit too passive.
Why
Yeah,
are
bishop
you-
e3. Let's just go bishop e3.
Bishop e3. Oh, you mean right?
Yes,
And
but-
he's done it, but you.
Yeah, the problem is if you take, I
Rook
can
h2.
pin you on the 7th with an immediate threat of rook takes c7.
Yes, rook a7. Look at this.
And
Oh.
how do you defend
That's
against,
really unpleasant. Okay,
how do you
that's
defend against that? I
I'm
guess you
gonna
have
go
to go
rook
rook
h3.
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 Yes, the only move probably with the idea of bishop before rook f3.
Things are not that easy, huh?
Yes.
Ooh, he did something different
Knight
altogether.
h6.
Knight h6.
With the knight on, pardon me, with the rook on knight h6.
Okay, 20
Wow.
seconds for Gary. Gary played rook
Rook
a2,
a2.
exchanging the rooks.
Oh, that's
Wow, what a move.
that's a good find.
That was a
Yes.
great find. I mean, in a desperate situation, he came up with a goodie.
That is a good find. The
So
question is,
even they exchange, they go for the ending pawn out for white, but
Well-
unclear, right?
Yeah, with
After-
bishops of opposite color, I'm in there
the problem is I
kicking.
think you're losing the f6 pawn as well.
Exactly, that's the problem. I mean, if the h7 pawn was g7 or
Yes.
the
But
f6
12
on
seconds
G6,
for Wesley.
10.
Look
and
at
he,
the time, guys.
And he just lost on time in the previous game.
Yes. Watch
All right.
out. And d5. He played immediately d5, cutting this bishop from king's
That's
side.
a great move. Gosh,
Yes.
that is a
I don't know, maybe.
beautiful fence of pawns. That's a great pawn chain.
So
I
the
know.
only problem
Can
for
we play
Gary
with
right now, he
bishop
needs to find a way
d5?
to wait for white to attack the pawn on f6 with the knight and go
10
f5.
10
seconds.
seconds, 8 seconds, so come on, make a move.
Knight to e8, perhaps?
5
Come
seconds
on,
for
come
Gary.
on, for-
Don't lose on time, Gary.
No.
Knight b5.
Knight b5.
Knight
okay.
b5
Good.
check. I know, I know. I was Victor Korchnoi second, and I
Yes.
tell you, he would get into time trouble in each and
5
every
seconds.
game.
Knight d6.
It was,
Yes.
All right.
it was heart-pounding.
Bishop to c5.
It's a strange move. Bishop
I like
F4.
bishop c5 because if you allow me to... Whoa. Wait. Can I take on
F5?
d6 now? What is Gary doing?
F5.
Yes,
Gary
he'll
is
take.
taking
He's trying
on
to eliminate all the
E4.
pawns,
Yes,
but
he's
would
trying to
that be
exchange
enough?
all the pawns.
Well,
I
And
don't think
maybe
that's going to be enough, guys. Bishop takes d5, I go f4.
f4.
and it's a time scramble.
But now I get the knight to e4, to e3, sorry.
Sorry, I'm just going to go back and forth to update my...
Move. Okay, still
Position.
20 seconds, it's not so bad. Well, you can think.
The problem is there's no way to get close to the knight, and that's a resignation.
Okay, but he tried so hard. Yes.
Wesley
it was
with the
a
victory. What?
Nice fight.
Well done, Wesley. What is Firouzja
And how
doing?
about Firouzja, guys?
Okay,
Did
this
he lose
is
his
the crazy
advantage?
b5 position game. And what a game that was, that move.
By the way,
And,
Peter seems to be winning against Fabiano.
Fabiano.
That would be a huge victory for Peter.
But this is our game right now, guys, as Ali Reza could take the clear first in the position, in the tournament, sole first, sorry. He is enjoying his extra pawn.
It's an extra pawn, but the king is so weak on a6,
Yes, well,
right?
there are some checkmate ideas.
Super.
King f5.
And by the way,
Super active pieces by white. By the
5
way, our
seconds for
congratulations
Firouzja.
to
He has to
Peter.
make a move. 2 seconds.
2 seconds?
2 seconds.
Oh, he set up a nasty trap. Knight c6.
Rook c5.
Rook c5.
Don't do that.
Don't do
Uh-oh.
that. Yes,
To
I was
G8.
about to say, can rook g8 just to take... whoa.
King d4. Keep contact with the rook on c5.
King d4, g5, what else?
No time, 6 seconds.
This
Come on,
kid
make a
sees
move.
everything.
King
4, 3,
e6.
2 seconds, he will lose on time.
That was on 1 second. That was
No
on
way.
1 second.
Unbelievable. Cannot
Yes.
believe it.
And now bishop a1. No, knight b8.
b8.
Alert, alert, blunder alert. Knight b8.
Is he going to miss it?
2 seconds,
Come
how
on.
much?
Is he going?
Imagine.
He's not missing it. King
No.
b5.
Oh, he saw it. He saw it. Well,
I'm
knight
telling
takes
you, this
f6
kid
check.
sees everything.
Should be a draw. Knight takes f6 check, should be a draw.
Yes, and he goes for it. King to e5.
f5 and king to e6.
It does feel like white is extremely active, but that rook is going to go to c7.
Oh,
Behind
you're
the pawn,
He
the
will
c
win
pawn is
another rook
dangerous.
ending, or what?
The c pawn is
Unbelievable.
very dangerous, guys.
Uh-oh, rook to c7? What
But
you
maybe
said?
rook to b7. Wait a minute. How do you make any progress with white?
Exactly, with white. For some reason,
4 seconds for Lanier.
did
No,
he?
but now c4.
No, f6.
Keep
no.
going.
f6, he would just take it.
Keep pushing. I
And
think this might
here
be
we
problematic,
go.
guys.
I think this is winning now.
Yes.
Should be
Even
winning.
though, how do you win? It's still not over. Because you have to stay on the 7th rank, right?
Ooh, G5 and rook to C7. Rook to C7.
That's his best shot.
He found it. Lanier
He will
is
give you
Lanier
rook
going to survive this?
for the pawn.
for his time pressure, but he's a great blitz player too.
Yeah,
King
once
E5,
he was a world
important move.
champion in Blitz.
I think he improved his position with this maneuver King D5, King E5. Contact with the rook on F4.
King B4, C3,
He goes for
rook
it.
takes G7, C3.
Rook takes G5.
Yes. And then rook
C3,
takes
he's done
G5.
it.
That's C3,
So you
rook
give the
G5.
rook for the pawn and then you promote yours.
Rook takes G5.
I think this is going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, he
and
missed it.
you saw
He
the
missed that move.
disgust.
He missed, yes.
He
And now-
realizes that he's given
C2?
a,
Okay,
That's
G1?
just a draw now.
now
That is
F6,
just a draw.
rook C1.
What a save by Lanier.
Lanier is amazing.
What a save.
I tell you, he is amazing.
Yes, with 1 second, you know, I mean, that was crazy.
But guys, it's incredible how much pressure Ali Reza puts on his opponents.
Yeah.
By
I
the
have
way,
to say
there is a trick. King
Yes.
D6, rook D2 check, and rook D1.
Yes.
Correct.
So he's
Correct.
just you got to
Yes,
sidestep the tricks.
With every single move, he puts a little bit of pressure,
Just-
all the way until the end. Yeah. Okay. Now it's a
Okay.
draw.
Okay.
Now it's a draw.
That's a draw. But they will finish until the end. You know that actually you can offer a draw here, but...
You can?
Yes, yes. They said it during the technical meeting that it's possible to offer a draw, but still players are playing until the end. Yes.
The wonderful smiles of the players. It's just the relief that they must feel. And also playing king to king, Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura, who was on top. Well, Hikaru was nursing the advantage in that rook ending. Boy, I've got to tell you, Anastasiya, these rounds have been exciting. Oh,
I have a feeling that all games
throughout.
were decisive. Even some finished in a draw.
And we didn't really get a chance to see it, but the Wesley So, Garry Kasparov game finished in a kind of a very unusual way, in the sense that Wesley had this pawn on the F file that Garry couldn't get to, and Wesley could just promote the pawn up the board. King D4, F5, F6, recognizing that Garry threw in the towel. He lost that game. Peter Svidler, our common yes, he gets in a victory. And somebody who had a perfect day is with you, Cristian.
Shaq, congratulations. A brilliant day for you at the office. Describe to us your initial feelings right now.
Okay. What I can say, I just play chess normally. Normally in classical chess, I just try to play interesting chess and try to get interesting position from opening. But now it's from first move, it's interesting position. It's
Like
much
you.
better to play this chess. I mean, I just play and what I can say, just good games.
Given that you're such a creative genius, do you feel like this chess 960 helps you, gives you an edge over your opposition, given that there's no theory?
Okay, I mean, of course, normally I like to play this chess, and I think it's, for me it's very interesting, but I don't think it will be very good to play many tournaments in this 960 because in our days it's not easy to play normal chess. how we can play in classical and rapid blitz also in the 960. But I love this to play this chess, and I have good results. I mean, because I enjoyed from first move to try to think everything, and for this reason I just happy to play in this chess.
Levon said something very interesting yesterday. He said that in chess 960, with the black pieces, you can actually be much better after 5 moves of play. Definitely felt it was the case in this game between yourself and Nepo. Take us through the game.
Okay, I mean, first of all, I want to say Leon is absolutely right, because I played here in 4 games and I won all 4 games with black. I played with white not very good. I mean, just 50%, but with black. And really every game with black. I mean, against Alireza yesterday, today against Jan, I think against Hikaru, and after move 5 every time I got -3.
Why do you feel that's the case?
Yeah, it's just I think also same for me. When I played with white against Fabiana, I just got very bad position from openings, because normally we think like classical chess, we need to get advantage, we need to play for win.
With white?
Yeah, with white, of course, you need to play for active win. But for this reason, it's absolutely different. I mean, in this chess, you need to play just good moves. I mean, normal moves, not try to win in few moves, because it's absolutely another strategical level. He played very well this 1960, but for me, it's absolutely different. Again, I don't know absolutely good rules how to do castle. Sometimes I see when arbiter is near me, I watch his aces. I can do it or not. You see,
Is he nodding his head?
Yeah. But against Hikaru, I don't know if I will play is wrong. He will say play with king, and he's play king. I need to resign. But I don't know it's for sure, not 100%, because it was one very funny. Historic. I played in Mainz in 960. I was in leading in tournament. In last game I played against Grishuk, but all piece it was same in classical chess. Only rook in a1, in knight b1 is different. Knight a1 and rook b1.
And rook b1.
Yeah, and I tried to play d4. It's d5, c4, c6, knight f3, 6. e3, f5. I mean, he played classical chess, and I tried to b3, bishop b2, bishop a3, change this bishop. Yes. He b3, he played queen e7, defense. I played bishop b2, queen c1, bishop a3. I mean, I just play bishop a3, and he taking my bishop, and I see not in knight in b1 and rook, and I resign in my most important game in my 1960, because it was I was in first place. It was draw for me. It's okay for first place, and I lose this game in 8 moves. I mean, sometimes we forget about.
Let's talk about this position particularly, because we saw it on the camera and it felt like you are enjoying yourself at this point. Were you feeling that way?
Normally,
as well,
we all resign in these positions, of course, but
especially when he played
little bit. I am very tired. Yeah, he take rook f4. I start to calculate e1 queen. Maybe bishop d7. He tried to play check, one more check. Okay, I will take king, and I like them. Okay, I am a little bit tired, and I want to go restaurant.
Like queen d4.
Yeah, I think it's better e1 knight. Yeah, it's just to win with check. But of course, I remember this very famous game against Hikaru in Paris. He played g1 knight and he lose me. It inside to g1 queen. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can be very bad. I mean, you can play very nice. You want to play just easy move, but after you see it's very bad.
But now the king cannot hide.
Now is king c1, knight d3 is made. King c2, rook e2. Yeah, king d3, queen d2.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's made.
Shaq, congratulations. Brilliant day at the office for you. We're looking forward to see you in the last day.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Actually, thank you very much, Shaq. Very, very nice. 3-0, but what games too, Anastasiya. I mean, he was really, really entertaining, especially this final round game against Nepo. And here we are.
Yes, and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov now tie for the first place together with Alireza Firouzja.
Wow, the leadership keeps changing, but Jan is in clear third with 4. Fabi, 3.5. Hikaru climbing back. He had a much, much better day than he did in the first day with a group at 3.5. But I tell you, our golden boy, Alireza, is going to leave St. Louis with good money, good memories, and a lot of cash.
And good mood, for sure.
And good mood. And speaking of which, he is with Cristian.
Alireza, congratulations. Good day for you at the office. This was, in my opinion, and in our opinion, the key matchup between you and Nepo, who was just having a brilliant event up to that point. And we got this position. It felt like it's just going to end in a draw. Right. But you are still putting more and more pressure. Did you feel like you have good chances here?
Yeah, no, but of course, if he keeps my double pawns, it's just draw. He miscalculated something after rook f2. Yeah, rook d8, just king h7. It's just rook h5, king g6, rook d6, rook f6 here.
Ah, rook to f6.
Yeah, keep the double pawn, and I don't have realistic chance
Or
here.
if you go here,
Yeah, rook f2.
now perhaps you can
Yeah,
trade
king
it off.
f6. But now my rook is on
The rook is on
h5.
h5.
Yeah.
So now if you take with the pawn, probably you're even worse
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah, and then rook takes, king g6. Okay, I could play this, but this is just draw.
2 versus 2, but the pawns
Yeah.
are still doubled.
So yeah, it was okay. He messed up something here. It still should be draw, but yeah, now I have good chances because I don't have double pawns. So and yeah.
When did you feel he made the final mistake?
I think still okay. I think maybe king e8. Rook a3 is already a mistake.
Rook a3 seems
Yeah,
to
I
be-
should start with check, of course. Yeah, and then I made mistake. Rook a5, check. Yeah, king e8, of course. Should be winning.
Instead
Should
of
be
king
drawing.
g8.
Yeah. But king
But
f.
still, the game is not over yet, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's rook e5. Yeah, it's very important.
Only move, king to f4 and rook
But
to
then
e7,
rook e7,
right?
yeah.
Absolutely.
But still, I think it's draw. No, king g8 after rook f7, king g8, king e3. I think.
Doesn't look like draw anymore.
I think it is draw here. Rook, let's say rook. Okay, no, e6. Rook
to
c5.
A1, yeah?
No, rook c5.
But then rook takes a7.
Rook f5, king e4, rook f6. Okay, my king is already on e4.
Yeah.
Okay.
This game is just winning for you.
But
king
it's
d5.
not. Yeah, maybe instead of rook c5, just to keep, maybe, yeah? Because the 2 versus 1 is draw, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So.
This one, yes.
Yes.
2 versus 1 is going to be a draw if
So
you
I
manage
don't know
to
if
cover.
computer is maybe over-exaggerating here. Or
But how do we exchange this pawn is the question.
yeah, let's say rook a1. How could I break?
Let's say rook e7.
King f8. Yeah, check.
Get the king in.
Yeah, okay, let's say rook a5. I couldn't see how to break here.
Okay. You still have to.
Let's say rook a1.
Let's get.
Rook f7, king g8.
Yeah, there's not a clear path.
Yeah,
right?
rook c7 and king d5, he says. Okay, it should be winning, yeah. Rook a5, king c6. No, rook a5, king e6, yeah.
Yeah. So you have to go king d rook d1.
Yeah,
And then you just
king
go to
c6.
c6. Mm.
And then king goes to b8. Yeah, okay.
Some study like victory, but still a
Right.
huge victory.
Yeah, of
for
course. King g8 was a mistake. King e8 was a draw, yeah. So.
you. We're seeing you all the time. Well, actually, we're seeing other players cooperating with their teammates, let's say. We haven't seen you with anybody. How do you analyze these positions when you get those 10 minutes? before
Yeah, I
round?
don't think it's very important. It's very complicated. I don't think even they sit for 40 minutes, they cannot find the best moves because the chess that we are playing, we are analyzing for 1,000 years. It's not even clear what to do first move. So I think it's kind of just for fun they are doing. So, but in general, I like to concentrate before the game. So, but okay, everybody has a different approach.
You just like a quiet mental space
Yeah.
and relax before the game.
It's a bit strange for me because we are competitors and they are talking together. It's a bit weird for me, but okay, maybe it's not very important for them, this tournament. I don't know what is the case, but okay.
Is it important for you? Is it a big event for you?
Yeah, in any tournament I play, I like to play my best, so otherwise I would not compete. So, yeah, I think I played decent here, but until here, but I'm very disappointed with the last game. So, but okay, still it's fine. Yeah.
There was a miss, but at the same time, he also pressured all the way until the end. Alireza, always competitive, always a pleasure to see you play, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, Alireza. I mean, I absolutely
They're
agree with
still
him. If you're going
analyzing.
to play your best. And what do players do after they finish a game?
Gary,
Some players go to it.
Some players have a,
keep analyzing.
a post-mortem.
Yes.
This looks like the Wesley So game
Yes,
that he
they keep
played with
analyzing.
Gary.
It's really nice to
And
see.
it's nice to see. I used to love these postmortems. Today, it's like the players are asked by the organizers to come and give a comment to the media or something. But now we don't see these postmortems as much. But we have another player who had a good day.
Great. Yes, we have Hikaru.
Hikaru, congratulations, 2.5 out of 3. A very good bounce back day after yesterday's, let's say, tumultuous day. Did you feel that way as well?
Yeah, I mean, I did what I did last time I was here 2 weeks ago. Pretty much started off playing terrible chess, and then I found a way to recover in the blitz after a very poor rapid portion. I mean, this event obviously is a lot shorter. It's only 3 days. But yesterday was terrible. I mean, I lost 2 games that I shouldn't have lost. I felt like I was overpressing a little bit too much in both those. Well, maybe not the Jan game, but I mean, at least in the first game for sure, I just completely overpressed it, and I lost the game to Shakrar. But then today, I mean, I kind of played something I think was dubious against Lenny in this first game, this whole E4 95 thing. And I think he probably could have played something better. And I mean, I suspect that I was in trouble, but I mean, it's very hard because like I don't know whether I mean I feel like there generally are 2 approaches. Either you try to be like very solid and play symmetrical, or you try to be very creative and do something different. And I feel like I've basically decided, you know what, I don't want to play a normal game. It's going to be chaotic, and hopefully I'm not just losing in the complications. But like in this first game, I think I was just losing. I thought this D5 was very strong. Yeah, and then for some reason he didn't go knight D2 and F4, of course. Yeah, white's just much better. Yeah. He didn't do this. I mean, I saw this during the game, and I thought I'm just getting...
And this basically forces you keeping the knight on F1.
Yeah, I mean, I play E3, E3... Well, okay, this loses.
There's no knight E3 anymore.
Yeah. But I mean, E3, F4 is what I was going to play, but it looks horrible. I don't know. I mean, it's only 0.5 or 0.9?
0.9.
Wow.
Only with only moves, basically.
No, I mean, I was going to do this, but it looks ridiculous. I mean, it looks so stupid. Okay, it's only, wow, it's not actually just losing the way I thought. So, like, I thought it was probably very bad, but I played it anyway. And then Lenier, I mean, I guess this is where I say it's good that I don't play chess professionally anymore, because I feel like Lenier, if I had to say one thing about him, I feel like in the last couple of years in particular, he's trying to be too solid. Like, you've seen it here in many events. Like, you saw it in the Sinkfield Cup. There were a couple positions. He had great positions, and he tried to simplify. In the blitz against me, he tried to simplify when he was completely winning for no reason. And in this game also, he tried to simplify, like even here, like knight d5. Well, first of all, go back 1 move. So I gambled here, because after queen c1 I had takes, I wasn't sure whether I should take or not, because basically his knight b5 here, and I think I'm again, this is winning, of course, yeah. Yeah, so like I kind of like I was using the meta against him based on what I've seen in recent times, because I just assumed, okay, if he finds knight b5, fine, but if he doesn't play knight b5 and he plays the automatic capture, which I kind of thought he might do based on what he's done recently, then I'm back in the game. And then later he played this bishop d4 move, which was just, I mean, horrible.
So that was the strategy from the beginning. Take some risks and basically base your decisions on the fact that he's a bit reluctant to take extra risks.
Yeah, you've just seen it in a lot of events recently where he's looking for the simplification, even when he's pressing or potentially outright winning. And so I just thought I'll do it. I mean, the tournament's going terribly, so
Did you feel like you're in a must-win situation in the first couple of games?
I mean, I wasn't looking at must-win. You just don't want to lose every game. Because, I mean, the thing that's annoying is, so last year when I played the 960, it was very similar. First game, I played Shakrar also, and I think we reached some endgame where I could have forced a draw on bishops of opposite color endgame. Instead, I blundered and lost that. Then I think I lost in like 10 moves or something to Shanklin in the second game, and then I think I lost to Lenny in the third game of the day. So like after that experience last year, I mean, I just kind of didn't want to do the same thing, and so I was just kind of playing. I'm not thinking about first place. That's like, if it happens, it happens. But that wasn't my thought, at least at the start of the day. But then I mean, the second game I thought was very, very good. I got a nice big advantage from the very start.
And that was against
Peter, yeah.
Peter. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, but this was also very funny. So like, it's very funny because Peter and Gary analyzing. And, like, when you make a move and your opponent doesn't move right away, sometimes you just get up, go look at the screen to see what other players have done. And it was funny because I saw that Shakrar had also played knight g3 against Gary on another board. And both of them were thinking for, like, 5 minutes, I think, on move one, which was pretty funny. And then, of course, Gary also just got blown away out of the opening, too, in this game against Shaq. And my game, of course, I think felt very pleasant, although I thought there might have been a computer line. If you go to this position...
How are you analyzing these positions for those 10 minutes before the round?
I'm not analyzing.
Were you looking at it? Were you analyzing with...
No, I just don't want to waste my energy analyzing. I figure I'm just going to look at it for 5 minutes and intuitively try to pick what I think is the best move.
Pick one move.
And I think I've done a pretty good job, actually, for the most part. I mean, this last game was the only one where I was really kind of confused.
That was the game.
Yeah, this game against Levon. It's the only one where I really was very unsure like I didn't have any real idea what I was supposed to play for from the very start. It seemed kind of weird.
What were the pieces that you were focusing on improving early on?
Well, I mean, there's this thing that I spoke about. I spoke about on my recap yesterday, and I've spoken about it recently. So I had this something similar to this against Magnus when I played him in Norway 2018, where he was a queen on A1 and the rook on B1. And I remember when we looked at the engines at the time, they liked playing like some of these early A4, some of these early B4. So it's like the one thing is when you have the queen and the rook in the corner like this, sometimes you push. Now, obviously, I don't remember what the other pieces were, but I remember that was something of a theme. So that was the one thing that I thought was maybe you push one of those pawns early, but yeah, B3 or B4 or something like that. I don't know. I mean, probably not here, but it's just one of those things that I thought maybe there was something like that. But in general, I just wasn't sure what I was doing in this game after F3. Yeah, I played F6, and I saw Alireza played knight E7 instead of F6, which was also kind of interesting. But yeah, and then I was very sad that he took on D5 because I was really hoping that Levon would play D5, Bishop B5. This is what I was hoping to do. But then after D4, wow, this is actually just winning. I mean, I thought the exchange attack was very interesting, but wow, minus 1.4. Okay,
Are you surprised
crazy
about the assessments?
I mean, I thought it looked interesting. I didn't think it's probably worse because I have this big pawn center. But again, and like I'm kind of shocked. This is just it's just losing. Wow. No, it's just bizarre that exchange sacks. That is the one thing. Like exchange sacks seem to be the balance is very different. It seems like in 960 than in regular chess. But yeah, Levon didn't do this, and I thought I was just better throughout the game. But
I think you were
somehow. Yeah, I mean, I got the center, and that's all that mattered. But somehow I couldn't. I mean, I thought what I did was very, very principled here with B5, and then yeah, he played this.
Perhaps king to B7 was
That was
somehow
the move.
working.
That was the move we
position.
wanted.
Oh, now there's what, knight A5, rook A7?
Yes.
Rook A7.
And then B4 was it?
And then
knight
what?
A5? Yes, B4,
Rook
rook
A6.
A6. And
And if rook E6 instead?
if rook to A6, bishop D7.
Wow, okay.
But
okay,
allowing the
yeah.
queen on B6 is
No, I mean, somehow
It's
I
dangerous.
yeah. Oh, but also, I mean, there's, knight A3 and C4, I guess, is winning. Yeah, but I mean, this one's also kind of hard to play because now white can go knight B1, and there's, I mean, at least without like an hour on the clock, it's kind of hard to assess this as being all that great. But yeah, I got this endgame, and then, I mean, I don't know if I was supposed to sack or not. I mean,
here? Or,
okay, so it's okay. I feel very good. Okay, I feel validated that I sacked. Because, I mean, the thing is, like, I didn't want to sack, but I wasn't really sure how I'm going to get an endgame where I'm winning. I thought, like, rook A2, rook E6, and rook D6 thing, for example, and I didn't see it. And, I mean, even king C5, I thought there was a trick to it. King C5, was it bishop? No, bishop E4 I can take. No, I can take the rooks as the king runs. Yeah. But there was something I saw here. Was it rook E? Rook D1's also a move. Okay, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure about this, and I thought rook D3 I could never lose, so it makes sense. And if he plays the wrong way, I definitely am winning. So I thought there was zero risk. But I thought Levon played this very well, actually. Yeah, rook E8. And yeah, it's a real tragedy that bishop A3 doesn't work. Bishop A3 is what I wanted to play. This was my initial idea. Because if white goes rook C8, for example. Oh, no, apparently I'm just a bad chess player. I thought I could play rook. Wait, why does rook B2 not win?
rook to B2, king C1.
Ah, because I saw king A1 rook C2, which I think is just winning.
Yes.
Because then I have rook C1 and B2 with the fork, and yeah.
Seems like
okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm just a terrible chess player again. Ah, because there's rook E4 and rook A8. Okay, yeah,
so
I didn't. I didn't see it. So actually, what I saw during the game was instead of this, I thought that he could play. If you go back to king A1 or go back 2 moves. Sorry.
Yes.
Go back one more. So no, go back instead of rook C8. Yeah, so the line that I saw was rook C3, and then I thought rook B2, king A1, B4, but then rook C8 and it's a draw. That's why.
There's no more B4 square for the king.
Yeah, exactly. So this is what I saw, and I thought it was a draw, so then I played rook D2, but I think Levon just played it very, very well. I mean, I thought what he did was correct, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, sometimes you can only tip your hat. Yeah, and
it didn't seem like the balance.
Yeah, because I mean, again, I got into this rook pawn endgame, but it was never quite there. So it's a little bit disappointing not to win this one, considering the position I had. But again, it was messy, and it's still 2.5 is a good day.
Still within striking distance to the leaderboard.
Well, I mean, I guess I do have to play Alireza, so I guess if I beat him, I have a chance.
That's a big chance.
I mean, who cares? I mean, the thing is, you just try to play good chess, and it's very unpredictable too, because like the opening decides everything. If you get a good position, it's very easy to play. I mean, it's a lot of fun. You're just enjoying it, like the Svidler game. But if you get a bad position right away, it's very I mean, you're just like, why am I playing 960 instead of playing normal chess? I'd much rather just blitz out 20 moves of theory. So it cuts both ways, but. Again, at least today, I thought I played pretty well. I thought I calculated well. I think my time usage was much better than yesterday, and it's all very good.
Hikaru, go get your rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Hikaru, for a very, very impressive day two. And once again, Anastasiya, our current standings.
Yeah, we have standings now. Mamedyarov and Alireza Firouzja are leading right now.
Sharing the lead, yeah.
4.5, not bad at all. Then Nepomniachtchi follows them with 4 points out of 6. Fabiano Caruana, Aronian, and Hikaru Nakamura with 3.5 points. Wesley So has 3, and then Linier has 2 points. Peter won the game, so he has 1.5 points. Gary Kasparov is on the last place.
Struggling. The 4 out of 6 would actually be very nice, but it was 4 out of 4. Suddenly the 4 out of 6 doesn't look that good, does it, Cristian?
Absolutely. I have to say, a very disappointing day for Nepo for sure. Started off blasting with that important victory in round number 1, but after that, I mean, that game against Alireza was so crucial. Also for Alireza, and oh my goodness, don't show that, come on. Director, get this out.
And you guys call yourselves professionals. I am really, really disappointed with you guys.
Alireza has been winning every single tournament in St. Louis since he arrived here. I assume that at some point the probability will take him
somebody should have been with Firouzja on this one. I mean, he's just been superb, Anastasiya. Let's face it, he's been undefeated.
I couldn't imagine that he will win this event also. You know? But
I mean, ultimate moves.
Yes.
Now this.
He actually, Firouzja picked up Hikaru Nakamura, even though Hikaru said himself he is a really not great player. Yes, a couple of times.
Not a great player. Not a great player. It's just not very, very, very good. He's wrong. He is a great player, and we enjoy watching his game. Final thoughts of this very cool tournament, day 2.
A very cool tournament and very competitive tournament as well. We can see even the 6th place right now is within striking distance from first place, 3.5 compared to 4.5. So this is definitely going to be hotly contested in the final day, and we're going to be here to call all the action. I'm looking forward to it, guys.
Absolutely. And Anastasiya, once again, it was great having you on set. You promise to come back tomorrow?
I do.
All
Yes,
right. It's a guarantee.
See you tomorrow.
This is wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing your day with us. Join us. Tell all your friends where you've been hanging out, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.